In the land where the cold comes first, before day or speech, where the sea breathes beneath jagged cliffs and pine-shadowed fjords, there stood Kattegat, not yet called realm, nor throne, nor capital, only a village of men hard-edged as the winters they endured. A people accustomed to silence, to hunger, to the turning of seasons like the sharpening of blades. The gods watched from past the clouds, unseen but not unfelt, for children died easily, and so did warriors. Men carved their tales in scars and smoke. Among them was Ragnar, not yet known as Lothbrok by legend, not yet sung in halls, but already marked by dreams that came too sharp for sleep. He stood in the slaughtered mire of battle, beside his brother Rollo, as the Frankish shadows bled under the tang of steel. Ravens circled, and through the haze of corpses, he saw him. A figure, arms outstretched, cloaked in blue-black. Odin, the All-Father, the god of wisdom, of wanderers. Ragnar gazed upon death, and saw the beginning of something far larger. Something only the Restless could follow. As spring returned, the Earl still ruled, Harald's son, who bore his authority like a weight and wore his suspicions like iron. He guarded the known like coin, resisting the pull of uncertain shores. But Ragnar was not of such root. He whispered of the West, of lands untaken, of foreign kingdoms spoken only in fragments and warnings. And so, like all things not sanctioned, Ragnar's plans festered in secret. He turned to Floki, the shipwright with mind cracked by laughter and gift. Floki heard his vision and built its body, long, sleek, low to the wave. A ship to fly between realms. A dragon, born of pine, crafted by madness, and blessed by salt. Lagertha, mother of his children, shield maiden of unmatched fire, weighed his wanderings with love and caution. She saw his dreams bristle against duty, and in her silence, danger grew. Their daughter, Jida, sweet and slight, moved like sunlight. Bjorn, still a boy, watched his father with bright cold eyes. There were no crowns yet. No armies. Only a family split along lines of longing no one could speak aloud. The voyage was proposed. Not to the east, as the Earl commanded, but west, to unknown kingdoms across a sea none claimed to know. Ragnar approached the builder of suns and storms, the sailor named Erik, who spoke of a sunstone that could catch souls' radiance through cloud and fog. A device of myth and certainty, leading them to a shore only half real in drunken whispers. With clan and coin gathered quiet in shadows, Ragnar prepared the voyage. Floki constructed the final hull like a prayer written in splinters and pitch. The day of sailing came not with cheer, but tension. Shields affixed, rowers set, and the sea breathed its answer. Ragnar stood at the ship's prow, blue eyes narrowed to the far grey. Behind him, not only his brother Rollo, but men of trust, weapons, and blood pacts. The longship moved, tearing out of harbour like a raven from cage. Behind them gathered watching eyes. Some jealous, some awed. Siggy, widow of the former Earl before Harald's son, watched it all and said nothing. The sail bled red under dawn. Waves crashed, flinging salt upon the men's faces, drenching prayers in brine. Days passed, no stars, only water and ghosts. Floki whispered to the ocean, laughing and cursing, and believed in his bones they were not lost. And then land. Not imagined. Not dreamed. England. They made landfall on cruel shores fringed with twisted trees and silence. Down the hill, a monastery stood, Lindisfarne. A place of prayer and quiet lives, at peace until the iron came. The Vikings attacked at dawn, the slaughter swift and one-sided. Bells rang, ignored. The monks screamed, unheard by gods who had already chosen a side. Gold was taken. Spoons, goblets, chalices, everything that glittered and could bleed a monastery dry. Among those spared by fate and whim was Athelstan, a young monk ripped from prayer and sanctuary into chain and despair. Eyes wide in terror, face pale beneath the ash, he fell not to death but into captivity under Ragnar's regard. He would be cargo for now, but more than that, a doorway into another world entirely. Returning to Kattegat, celebrations rose, and suspicions sharpened. Harald's son questioned the raid's legitimacy. His rule wavered, undermined by rumors of Ragnar's growing legend. The Earl's paranoia led him to shatter alliances, murder threats, and interrogate shadows. In his halls, his sons plotted vainly. Siggy served wine to enemies and lovers alike, her smile a veil over intent. Ragnar grew in popularity, feared and followed in equal measure. His trial was declared a test of loyalty, of truth, of who bore favor in the eyes of gods. As witnesses shouted and lies rose, Lagertha stood in defiance, naming the journey as just. Athelstan, burdened between his old gods and this new place of endless violence, defended Ragnar nonetheless. The crowd swayed like grain under storm, but truth found footing, and Ragnar was released, triumphant. Not content to wait for the slow decay of Haraldsson's power, Ragnar moved. Men gathered under his name. Then came vengeance. The raiders entered the Earl's long hall under smoke and grit. Axes rang out. Blood fed the dirt like rain. Harald's son died, as did his sons, his name turned to nothing in less than a night. The people watched, and bowed not in fear but belief. Ragnar, once farmer, now held Kattegat not by name, but by presence. A new era stirred, uncertain but undeniable. Floki offered mad laughter like incense. Lagertha watched with warrior's pride and mother's restraint. Rollo gazed at his brother as if glimpsing a second sun, one that burned too close. Ragnar stood, wind-tossed, glancing west again. Seasons passed. Raids multiplied. Athelstan, caught between faiths, began to shed robes and don understanding, a strange brotherhood forming in the quiet between him and Ragnar. The gods spoke, though neither claimed to hear them clearly. Ragnar honored both, the cross and the long prow, the Christ and Odin, and slowly broke the divide inside him. A child died. Jida, swift and laughing, taken by illness. Ragnar wept beside her small body, washing her face one final time in silence. No sword could avenge such loss. Only the world marched on, unfeeling. Lagertha and Ragnar were left with a wound neither armor nor love could guard. Rollo stumbled into bitterness once more. His own blade turned against kin when ambition whispered promises far larger than the seat he guarded. His betrayal was public, his defeat immediate. But Ragnar, remembering blood over pride, pardoned him. Rollo lived, wounded in body and pride, barely a shadow of the man that forged his place beside the conqueror. New enemies emerged. Jarl Borge, from the land of Gotaland, took arms and oaths and opportunities. His face painted in anguish, his ambition sharp as ice. He entered Ragnar's life through bitterness, and would leave it by slow death. Yet even among enemies, there were pacts, uneasy alliances forged by strategy and dread. As the raids grew bolder, Emperor Ecbert of Wessex began to appear, a man unlike others. Cunning, educated, curious. He read Latin and admired ancient Rome, and saw in Ragnar not merely a pagan, but a possibility. Both men knew the world was changing. Another child stirred prophecy. A slorg appeared, barefoot and robed in vision, claiming noble birth and future sons who would command stories for ages. Ragnar, weakened by time and shaken faith, lay with her on soil rich with consequence while Lagertha looked on with pain and distance. When a slorg grew heavy with child, Lagertha departed in silence, taking Bjorn with her. The home they built fractured on the fault of fate and desire. The sons of Ragnar would be born to this new woman, boys who would rend the world in half and leave nothing untouched. The winds carried whispers of one born with dragon bones, who would walk with serpents and smile in screams. More journeys came. More battles. More blood poured into soil both foreign and homebound. But this was only the first ripple before the breaking tide to come, before Paris, before gods fell, before Ragnar himself scattered into wind. The saga had begun. So the ground shifted beneath Kattegat's feet. The people no longer whispered Ragnar's name in wonder but spoke it aloud with reverence, as one speaks of storms or gods. He bore their trust not by inheritance but by action, a king not crowned but held aloft by the strength of seized fate. The name of Harald's son faded from root and record, leaving behind only the echo of how quickly power can rot when it fears the unknown. Ragnar led now, though he did not yet know what rule would demand. And still, across the sea, the west called like a voice buried beneath every wind. The longships read it again. Ragnar's hunger had only deepened. What he saw on distant shores was not merely plunder nor faith to mock, it was a mirror to his own people's destiny, held in contrast and clash. The new raid returned to England, a deliberate second strike. But the men they met were no longer unprepared lambs. Wessex had learned the price of its silence. Shields braced. Spears formed. Under King Egbert's eye, war bloomed with method rather than fear. Yet Egbert did not meet the newcomers with only sword and fire. He watched their leader and recognized ambition, one kindred, one familiar, even as their gods were alien. He welcomed conversations about land and settlement in place of endless war. For Ragnar, the offer was as dangerous as battle, perhaps more. It awakened in him not greed, but planning. The possibility of growing beyond raids, of planting crops in stolen soil and calling it earned. Still, alliances bred unease, and danger wore friendly faces. Rollo, standing beside his brother in battle and counsel, continued his private war against his own shadow. He longed not only to be seen, but to be needed, and when such need was lacking, he filled the void with wine, women, and the sluggish fire of envy. Lagertha re-emerged from the edges of history, having carved her own place as Earl of Hedeby, taken by force and every inch deserved. Her reign was steady, hardened by the pain of departure, gilded by her own blood-won pride. Athelstan remained a cipher, moving gently through both glories and nightmares. His time among the Norse had blunted the strict lines of his monastic training. He struggled between belief and affection, between visions of Christ's suffering and the warmth of Ragnar's strange companionship. To both men, the other was an anchor and a mirror, a threat and a comfort. But outside this fragile trust, Floki watched. Floki, whose faith in the old ways was not ritual, but fiber and vision. He saw in Athelstan decay, a soul corruption. His laughter grew darker, prayers muttered more feverishly. He carved idols with more fury and less joy. From Hedeby came new actors, new loyalties rubbed raw. Karf, a lieutenant under Lagertha, spoke honey and fed poison. His ambition festered beneath smiles, and Lagertha allowed him too near. She knew betrayal like she knew shield handling, but even so, Karf's treachery would taste new when it came. While Hedeby stirred, back in Kattegat, a slorg bore her sons, long-limbed, hard-eyed boys already cast in myth. The third-born, Evo, emerged with twisted legs and a cry that echoed stories of monsters and kings alike. Floki, hiding sorrow beneath manic reverence, vowed the boy was a gift, not a curse. As tension simmered inland, abroad the saga expanded. Ragnar moved against Jarlborg of Gotaland. Their fragile alliance frayed swiftly, as ambition always rends pacts sealed without affection. Borg made his move, attacking Kattegat while Ragnar was away, taking it in the rolling smoke of calculated strikes. A slorg fled with the boys, protectors scattered like leaves. Floki survived. Siggy stayed, ever the quiet shadow dancer. But power had shifted once again, and Ragnar returned to a home no longer whole. He struck back. Borg was drawn in with the promise of truce, and once captured, sentenced not by sword, but with the oldest rites. The Blood Eagle. The sentence was not declared in anger. It was sacred, precise, brutal, ribs split, lungs pulled from the back, the body kept alive as long as gods allowed. Ragnar watched not with pleasure, but with distance. Bjorn, closer now to manhood, saw everything, and swallowed it deeply. Bjorn had grown. His beard began to thicken, his voice weighty, shaped by battle and yearning. Lagertha permitted him to return to his father, to walk his own path freely. Together, Ragnar and Bjorn stood shoulder to shoulder now, no longer father and child, but king and warrior. Their bond deepened with each conflict. They no longer traded words as often as glances, each one heavy with what neither needed spoken. When a final, fragile balance returned to Kattegat, King Horik of Denmark arrived. His charm was deceptive, his manner pleasing, but he held ambition sharp as any axe. He came under the guise of alliance, seeking aid in raiding new lands. At first, he served Ragnar's growing legacy, battling beside him in Northumbria, claiming towns, spreading the Norse name like fire in dry grass. But his loyalty withered quietly, poisoned by Ragnar's success. Horik was a man unaccustomed to being shadowed, especially by younger kings born in fields, not bloodlines. As these wars raged, Athelstan's inner turmoil deepened. Captured by Saxons during a bloody ambush, he returned to Wessex briefly, only to find himself even more lost among the familiar than he'd felt among strangers. King Egbert, ever calculating, gave him sanctuary, but also used him as thread between two worlds. While there, Athelstan formed a bond with Judith, wife of Ethelwulf, Egbert's son. From fate or folly, a child was conceived. The act sown in secrecy, its consequences yet to waken. Eventually returned to Kattegat by means both covert and costly, Athelstan arrived changed. His visions bore both cross and hammer, wounds of prophecy that bled beneath both skies. Ragnar welcomed him back, uncertain whether this was brotherly joy or spiritual longing. None could tell where admiration ended and devotion began. Floki saw only treachery wrapped in robes. The thread of Horik's betrayal unraveled at last. He sought to pit brother against brother, faith against faith. He attempted to recruit Floki to murder Athelstan, to unrobe Ragnar's sons of flesh and future. But Floki, twisted though he was by grief and belief, remained loyal, not to Horik, but to the gods as he understood them. When the hour came, Horik's plot shattered on the presence of those it meant to betray. Ragnar's response was swift. The gathering became execution. Within his hall, Horik and his household were torn apart under torchlight. His sons' cries were silenced. His limbs hacked away. He died offering no prayer, only recognition of defiance too long ignored. With Horik's death, Ragnar stood supreme among the Norse. No longer merely an earl or even a king of one land, but a figure draped in prophecy and fear. And his eyes turned now to the shining gates of Paris, a place he had never seen but already needed to conquer. The thought possessed him. Not gold alone, nor land, but the dream of reaching into the heart of Christendom and shaking it loose. Before such dreams could breathe, a wound deeper than any blade would rip the air around them. Floki, watching the slow erosion of his faith and life, convinced himself that the rot rooted in Athelstan. The monk's presence, kindness, and confusion grated against his spirit like salt in open eye. He believed the gods whispered to him, demanded sacrifice. In morning's hush, while fog still wrapped the earth in damp silence, Floki approached. Athelstan prayed, not whispered, but full voice now, reconciled within himself, bearing both light and shadow. He saw Floki too late. There were no last words. Blood spilled upon the altar. A death not of war, but of belief. A soul breaking upon the convictions of another. Ragnar felt the loss before he was told. When the truth reached him, he bore it like one bear's frostbite, quiet until it killed. He buried Athelstan alone, on a hill above sea and sky, building a cross for him with his own hand. There were no words spoken. The land trembled. Nothing was the same after. Ragnar's faith, once open and shifting, sealed into silence. He turned entirely toward conquest, not for glory, but to drown grief. Paris awaited. The river Seine curled cold and dark through Frankish territory, ancient as the rocks it carved, and to Ragnar, it gleamed like the path to prophecy. Word of Paris reached him through traders and sailors, monks and prisoners, whisperings of great walls that rose from the water, of gates forged by gods, cathedrals that stabbed skyward like the spears of angels. It was not only wealth that called to him, but spectacle, a place that claimed to stand beyond reach even of gods, let alone men. And thus, it became his fixed star. That star did not shine alone. Rollo walked in Ragnar's shadow still, fighting beside him yet burdened by the unyielding pull toward self-rule. Lagertha pledged her forces for the raid despite old wounds and new alliances. The old pain shared between her and Ragnar had never fully healed, but in battle, purpose pushed personal matters quiet. Bjorn now stood in full as a man, a leader on the field, commanding voice and blade alike. Floki marched under orders but not peace, silent grief clinging behind his smile like moss to stone. Preparations for the siege stretched across time and patience. Ships multiplied, shields set edge to edge, sails dyed the colors of storm and omen. Ragnar called forth the kings of Denmark and Norway and assembled a horde that made the earth tremble. He envisioned not pillage but a legacy carved into the heart of Christendom. They sailed the rivers like wolves threading veins. Paris blinked awake in fright. But this was no simple raid. Inside the city's walls ruled Emperor Charles, fatigued by burden, driven by ceremony. His court was soft, slow-moving things, heavy with scripture and politics. But among them stood Gilla, a daughter of faith, fierce in defiance. She argued against negotiation, fearing that to bargain with pagans was to stain their divinely ordained sovereignty. Beside her, Count Odo, military mind, cold-eyed, eager for carnage but more for power, watched the horizon with a soldier's prayer and a traitor's hunger. When the Norse came, they came not in secret but thunder. The river bloated with longships, or beats pounding war into the water's skin. Tents set along dirt banks, siege towers carved from axes and direction, a crude orchestra built to strip glory from those behind stone. Ragnar, draped in furs and dread, surveyed from the prow. Yet he carried something hidden, a sickness, smouldering within him, known to none and acknowledged by fewer still. In the blackness of his eyes burned more than fever, it was mortality itself, held off not by strength but by purpose. The battle struck hard. The gates of Paris were unlike any before, fortified not merely by stone and iron, but by belief shielded in ritual and mass. Still, wave upon wave of Norse slammed the walls. Floki's machines, crafted not by intuition alone but by a desperation to make himself whole again, wheeled forward, lifted ladders, hurled flame. Arrows descended. Boiling oil. Screams folded into the wind. The Frankish defense held. Floki tasted failure not with confusion but agony, as if the gods themselves mocked him across the sky. He raged into the river, cursed the towers, shouted at silence. Ragnar remained still. He saw more than weapons failing, he saw hearts dimming. That night, when bodies smouldered below the ramparts, he retreated to the tent, drawing Bjorn close. He confided nothing of his illness, only tasked his son to keep steady, to watch the others. Death circled his edges, and still he would press forward. The second assault met fire with fire. This time, the Norse used deception, sending Floki's towers not to the main gate but flanking the westernmost wing. Fighters screamed, some in glory, most in confusion. Blood soaked through every plank. Bjorn climbed the walls himself, laying steel among the hoof-thick defenders. Gilla watched from the cathedral balcony as her world convulsed. She saw barbarians pray before battle, some to Odin, others to no name at all. When the assault failed again, belief wavered on both shores. Within the Norse camp, a shift began to gather. Rollo questioned each order more bluntly. Jealousy bloomed in him not like fire but mold, slow, persistent, anchored to damp corners of shared history. Lagertha fought by instinct, and perhaps out of necessity, found brief solace in calf's reach, if not affection. Shadows whispered behind tents. Trust bent. But still Ragnar held on, declining even as his soldiers prepared yet another attack. This time, cunning where force had failed. A trick! Ragnar offered himself to the gods and to deception alike. He proclaimed to his men before all eyes that he was dead. Shut into a wooden coffin, the great king folded himself into darkness, masking both sickness and plot beneath ritual. The Franks, believing him a worthy adversary, carried the coffin behind their walls upon his men's offering. Inside the city, within the shimmering chamber soothed by incense and fear, Ragnar rose. Sword drawn beneath robe, he slaughtered guards and made for the ramparts. Chaos shattered their order. Norse charged through now open gates, flames devoured the painted eaves. Yet he did not remain to see the city fall entirely. Weary, ill, and carried on retreat, he left with just enough gold to call it a success, just little enough to claim it incomplete. Rollo did not return with him. The emperor, seeing usefulness in division, offered Rollo lands, marriage, to Gilla no less, and power beneath condition that he defend against further raids. Rollo, for the first time, tasted what it meant to rule apart from his brother. And he did not spit it out. He accepted. The oath was made. His betrayal would not happen with blade, but with silence behind gilded gates. Back in Kattegat, Ragnar weakened. No longer did he wake with the same fire. He wandered, often absent or alone, speaking less, listening barely. The death of Athelstan had not healed. Grief fermented in corners of him even sickness couldn't reach. A sunless stare often haunted his hearth. Meanwhile, Aslauge wrestled prophecy and disappointment. Her children, malformed in soul or bone, clashed with the world more violently than the world with them. Floki's madness deepened. Helga, always close yet never able to hold him steady, watched him slide beyond reach. When the truth of Athelstan's murder surfaced, it was not met with rage from Ragnar, but sorrow. He spared Floki, but only after suspending him. Torture came not swiftly, but purposefully. Strung up like a sacrifice, bound between beams, water dripping on his forehead unending, Floki endured not physical death, but spiritual unraveling. Rollo, now Duke of Normandy, did as promised. When the Norse returned to Paris, they found its defenses newly strengthened, not only by Christians, but by Norse strategies, Norse understanding. Rollo faced his kin, unmoved. He knew them, and turned that knowledge into shield and sword. Victory refused them again. Ragnar turned back, not in shame, but burden. This was the last voyage of a king who had outlived storms but not dreams. Years passed. Ragnar vanished. Not in death, but in absence. He walked away from Kattegat, from his sons, from the women who shaped him. The world turned without him. Bjorn held court in his father's stead. Lagertha continued to rule Hedeby. Aslauge remained in Kattegat, watching her sons grow into something darker. The world did not forget Ragnar. Nor did it forgive him. Bjorn sailed once again, to the Mediterranean, hungry for challenges even Ragnar hadn't dreamed of. Odder lands, stranger gods, a fire in the desert wind. He carved a saga apart from shadow, with Torvi at his side and burden resting on new shoulders. But news traveled on hungry wings. When it was heard that Ragnar had returned, the sound spread like sparks on dry grass. Older now, bent at the spine and slow of hand, Ragnar returned to Kattegat, not to rule, but to die. His purpose was not spoken to anyone. Not to Bjorn. Not to Aslauge. Not to his sons, some of whom barely remembered the strength their father once had wielded. Only Eivor understood. Eivor the boneless, curled at the waist but exacting cruelty, sharp in speech, unreadable as the void. Ragnar saw in him the future, not of peace, but of memory that sings because it refuses to fade. When Ragnar sailed again to England, he sought no treasure. Only fate. He brought no warriors, only evil. He walked back into the lands of Ecbert as a man ready to trade breath for legacy. Captured. Caged. Displayed. But there was meaning in the humiliation. He knew Ecbert would not kill him swiftly. He knew the pain of kings required ceremony. He told Eivor to return. To live. To be ruthless. To one day return with the strength of all brothers behind him and bring torment upon their enemies. Ragnar laid upon the earth not as conqueror, not as king, but as man whose purpose had ended. He was delivered into the pit. Surrounded by Saxons with spit and jeer, he was lashed and raised into a cage of thorns. His end was not humble, but prophetic. He spoke not to the mob, but to the gods, as if he knew they whispered back from behind the storm. The cage broke open. The snake slithered, drawn to warm flesh. The crowd watched, but the sound that lingered was not of hissing or screams, but prophecy. And then, silence. The earth swallowed Ragnar not as a man, but as myth. His body fed the ground of foreign kings, but his name filled the lungs of his sons. Word of his death drifted to Kattegat like smoke seeping from a pyre across the sea. It came not with ceremony nor gilded truth, but with silence, and in that silence, something darker took breath. Eva returned first. The twisted-limbed son carried no father's remains, no spoils from a great campaign, only words. Words that would set the world on fire. He spoke of how Ragnar chose to die. Not because he was defeated, but because he offered himself to fate like a sacrifice to Odin. His death was not for vengeance, but to summon it. And the ones he summoned stood around him now, Bjorn Ironside, towering as a storm at sea, Tub, the measured flame, Hvitserk, surging yet aimless, Sigurd, bitter and beautiful, sharp of tongue. Each of them, a son of Ragnar, yet none carrying his fullness alone. Aslauge received her returning child with more pride than grief. Her prophecy fulfilled, her legacy cast in flesh and movement. Yet even in triumph, her grip on Kattegat began to loosen. Lagertha, watching from her earldom's edge, saw her moment gleam like frost on axe metal. She returned not for peace, but for balance restored. With warriors loyal by old oath and new rage, she swept through Kattegat and retook what she had once helped shape. Aslauge, defeated, made no plea for mercy. She walked with spine straight. Her eyes held defiance. Lagertha, heavy with history, loosed the arrow with hand steady as winter. And thus a queen died, not on a battlefield, but in the snow of her husband's memory. Tulvi, now among Lagertha's shield maidens, stood ready. Her motherhood and grit bore her into the heart of Kattegat with a steadiness many mistook for compliance, but her gaze, always forward, revealed the truth. She was building something from the ruins, one breath at a time. The sons did not grieve Aslauge equally. Ivar, distant, let silence speak. Sigurd festered. Hvitserk drifted between them, cleaved not only to uncertainty but fear of being lost within songs where others had names. Ub stood firm, yet the fracture among them widened with each breath. Blood would not hold them together. Only vengeance. The great heathen army was raised not as war, but as wrath incarnate. Every northern kingdom answered the call. Vikings poured from fjords and valleys, rowing with purpose sharpened by legend. Ships blacked out shoreline after shoreline. With each arrival, the Saxon kingdoms shifted in unease. In Wessex, Ecgbert built walls tighter, alliances firmer. But his peace was built on deception and memory had begun to drown him. King Aelor of Northumbria, the man who had sealed Ragnar's death with pit and vipers, prepared with bravado and trembling fists. He underestimated the fury of Ragnar's legacy. When the great army met his forces, it did not clash, it enveloped. Wave after wave. The Saxons fell like wheat under burning sun. Aelor was captured, bound, and stripped of mercy. The blood eagle returned, mirrored from Borg's death onto the back of the man who bore Ragnar's end. And like before, it was ritual, not rage. Execution as sacrament. Eva watched. Not with bloodlust, but with something colder. He did not seek satisfaction. He sought the fulfillment of narrative. Now, that chapter was closed, and something else was beginning, a tide not of vengeance, but transformation. Sigurd challenged him. Where Ivar spoke with eerie calm, Sigurd struck with contempt. He exposed the cracks in his brother's soul wherever they showed. Their rivalry was oil and flame, impossible to contain, destined to ignite. With each word, Sigurd carved space between himself and Ivar, filled not with envy but clarity. He did not fear him, and that was his danger. The victories mounted, yet even amid her throne, Lagertha knew no stability. Revenge spiraled around her like wolves in snow. Her crown, though won by conquest, drew hostility like blood in water. Warriors loyal to Aslauge whispered and stirred. One among them was Astrid, fierce, loyal, once orphaned by battle, now loyal only to Lagertha. They moved side by side, warriors and lovers, bound not by affection alone but by mutual will to endure. In Ireland, at the court of King Ethelwulf and Queen Judith, whispers reached the royal ear about alliances, betrayals, and the fractured brothers across the sea. Ecgbert, once firm in vision, now waned. Judith, daughter of noble blood, wife to a coward, mother to legacies, observed the world recalibrate around her. Athelstan's son, Alfred, grew under her guidance, rooted in two worlds like his father, guarded like a relic. Her other son, Eadald, fashioned beneath expectation, watched with wary eyes. As Ragnar's sons warred with kingdoms, they warred with each other more quietly, more lethally. Bjorn, having returned from Sand and Sun, carried new perspectives with him. His time in the Mediterranean, his encounter with Queen Cassia and the opulence of courtly betrayal, taught him that power always reshapes the hand that holds it. He shared little with his brothers, not out of suspicion, but self-knowing. He saw their faults as limits, their hunger as short-sighted. His own vision was cast farther than borders. Ub desired peace, all the shape of it. He opened dialogue with Saxon hosts, looked for paths other than flame and battle smoke. Eivor called this weakness. Hvitserk wavered, drawn between, seduced by certainty yet aware of its cost. And Sigurd? Sigurd remained a splinter, beautiful and sharp, never bending, never quiet. At the dinner fires, in camps drenched with death glory, their silences lengthened into battle lines. Rollo's betrayal became a path carved in iron. Defending Paris with Frankish steel and Norse cunning, he stood against the very wave he once rode. When word reached Bjorn of his uncle's treason, it did not bring rage, only calculation. Rollo had chosen legacy over kin. If war brought them face to face, it would not be among brothers. As Lagertha ruled, visions began to press at the edges of her mind. Harbard returned, not in body, but in echo. That strange wanderer with hands that healed, lips that deceived, whose presence once turned a slog to water. Lagertha now saw shadows where once there was certainty. Her hair grayed not from age, but the weight of persistent threat. Above her throne, she saw the seer with clouded eyes. He whispered little now. Time made everything cryptic. Floki, broken from grief and disappointed devotion, slipped further into derangement disguised as divine inspiration. Helga followed out of love, habit, madness. His innovation slowed, but his visions bloomed. He no longer belonged to tribe nor throne. His eyes turned toward that which did not yet exist, a voyage not for war, but revelation. Yet he could not yet leave. He watched the sons of Ragnar becoming what they must, and mourned. Margreta, once a lover to Ub, then to Hvitserk, moved among them like night water. She held no sword, yet wielded influence sharpened by desire and fear. She longed to be queen, to mother kings. Her words twisted gently across camps, shaping outcomes just enough to remain unseen. A quiet grew between Sigurd and Eivor. One no longer spoke. The other began to twitch with something too quiet to yet name. When the silence broke, it did not come as an argument, but as an end. In the shadow of fires, with no battle to justify it, Eivor rose. His fingers curled around the axe. Sigurd met the gaze, did not look away. The blade fell once. Then again. Bjorn did not stop it. Ub did not see it in time. Hvitserk closed his eyes. Thus did a brother fall into the dirt at another brother's feet, not on the field of glory, but in the ambush of bloodkin rage. No gods interfered. The great army dissolved with the deed. The unity shattered. Some returned home. Some stayed in stolen lands. The brothers scattered like stars flung from constellations. The world shaped itself differently around each of them. But the echo of their father's death remained unfinished. The sons of Ragnar were alive. But the dream Ragnar died for had not yet come to pass. And it waited, guised as doom, somewhere in the land where hope once walked. The aftermath of Sigurd's death left a hollow not only in the soil where his body cooled, but in the shape of Ragnar's legacy. The brothers who remained, Bjorn, Ub, Vitserk, and Ivar, lived now not as sons united beneath one name, but as rivals bound to its shadow. The great heathen army, once a single roaring storm across Saxon lands, dispersed into wandering war bands. Pride grew where unity had once lived. Grief was quiet, swallowed like bitter mead. Bjorn turned toward the horizon. Always drawn to the unknown, never content with what blood and victory had already stained, he resolved to sail farther than any Norseman had before him. His gaze did not linger on England, nor on the feuds rising like smoke behind him, but instead toward the sunlit south. Somewhere beyond endless waves and scorched wind, a new world bled opportunity. With ships laid in cloth and sail, loaded with warriors untested by desert heat, he cast off for the Mediterranean, a sea forgotten by his own gods, ruled by newer gods more ancient still. The journey brought him through the Straits of Gibraltar, over blue waters that shimmered like molten glass. He crossed into kingdoms where gold was incense, where queens ambushed with laughter, and betrayal never wore armor. The Northmen passed through sand-choked markets, tangled with the silk-rich eastern world. Queen Cassia, cloaked in both kindness and ambition, welcomed Bjorn into her court. There, wine came before treachery. Her hospitality proved laced with venom, and her halls a trap. Bjorn watched his own warriors drugged and slain by poisoned feasts and hidden blades. His strength alone dragged life back from the throat of death, and even in defeat, he carried legend forward. Back in Kattegat, Ivar took the absence of his brothers as license. He picked up the pieces of the shattered army, cobbled together loyalty by force. His body still twisted, his gait learned in chains and pain, but his mind forged sharper tools. He did not seek favor. He demanded worship. In the silence after Sigurd's death, something had clicked within him, a belief in his own divine purpose. Not as a king among many, but as a god disguised by bone and breath. He declared war not only on enemies, but on disbelief. Kattegat fell under his rule swiftly. Lagertha, still queen, still stained with a slog's death, held her position more through force of memory than numbers. Ivar encircled the city like a season, inevitable, cold, patient. Harald Finehair, hungry for his own throne and wearied of following others' conquests, allied with Ivar. His brother, Halfdan, hesitated. Lagertha prepared not with rage, but with resolve. Her shield maidens, older now, tighter by fire-forged loyalty, gathered. Astrid watched with something unspoken, her body moving beside Lagertha's, but her soul drifting into hollows none could reach. War approached slowly, felt first in skies, then in dreams, like the gods sharpening unseen spears before a hunt. Floki, stranded in his own ruin, could not witness what grew. The loss of Helga had broken what remained of his tether to this world. Her death had not come by blade, but by choice, struck down not by enemy hand, but by devotion, as she sought redemption through adopting a child Floki could not love. Iris had come as a balm but left behind only emptiness. Out of sorrow, Floki sought the gods not in prayers, but in land untouched. he set himself adrift with nothing more than sail and longing. The sea cradled him like a mother who had forgotten her child. Skies cracked. Storm spoke. He believed he had found Asgard. The island rose from the sea, mist hung and raw, its land green but longing. A place removed from all politics, war, and legacy. Floki declared it holy ground. Here he would rebuild, start anew beneath gods who had long grown tired of men. He traveled deeper into the island's shadows, set up no camp, claimed no throne, only vision. But the gods he sought refused to answer clearly. Beneath the waterfalls and moss-soaked cliffs, silence held louder than prophecy. In Kattegat, war spilled at last. Ivar and Harald combined their forces and seized the city like wolves at the throat. The battle crashed upon the walls, shattered at the gates, rose into smoke and shrieks. Hvitserk stood with Ivar, though rarely looked at him for long. His mind, cracked by loyalty and confusion, swayed under the weight of too many loyalties. Bjorn returned in time to rally remnants, his armor battered by the south, but his name still bright in the eyes of warriors. Even so, Kattegat fell. The walls failed. Lagertha's throne was torn from its place, carried out on spears and boots. Astrid, taken by Harald during the siege, became his unwilling wife, bound by strategy more than desire. Her face emptied. Her eyes, once fire, now mirrored the ice of surrender. Lagertha, forced into hiding, carried with her not bitterness, but waiting. For wounds heal differently when they sit upon queens. Under Ivar, Kattegat darkened. Laws were spoken in fear. Punishments grew with each dissenting glance. He declared himself a god, and few dared contradict him. He wore his father's legend not as inspiration, but as authority. Where Ragnar had questioned, Ivar declared. Where Ragnar listened, Ivar punished. In the shadows, Torvi raised her children under sidelights of war. Still bonded to Bjorn, she carried more than his sons, she carried the weight of looking too far ahead while the world burned behind her. She knew the storm had not yet reached its fiercest howl. Elsewhere, in England, new faces ascended behind stronger walls. Ecbert now lay in crypt, rotted to myth among Saxons. Ethelwulf reigned briefly, carried only through Judith's political cunning. But fate did not favor him long. An insect, small and unassuming, worked through his body and soul. He died slow, undone not by warriors, but by creation's smallest cruelty. Judith, ever shifting, redirected influence onto her son, Alfred. Alfred, the quiet-eyed scholar, raised on scripture and ghosts, stepped into power with neither force nor desire. He was no warrior, yet carried the breath of future in him. Under guidance, coaxed gently into kingship by mother and court, Alfred learned not war tactics, but dream-weighted patience. He listened to the stories of Ragnar's sons, studied their rifts. Alfred knew the world he inherited would be forged not through clash of shields but outliving those who wielded them. Judith had changed. The woman who once sinned in secrecy now killed under necessity. Her grip on courtly rule remained hidden beneath veils of piety. When her son Edeld threatened Alfred's rise, she did what kings could not, struck at blood to protect a throne yet fragile. Poison spilled silently over promises. Edeld slipped into God's embrace without protest, eyes wide as he named no traitor. Judith mourned publicly, but her soul had long made peace with what needed to be done. Back across sea and frost, Floki's utopia began to crack. Others had followed him in worship, believing the island a promise of sanctity. Among them, Ketil Flatnose, whose smile often hid rot. Families arrived. Homes built. But people carry violence like seeds sown deep. Hunger, jealousy, and pride rose quickly. The land, sacred or not, held no mercy for human fault. Accusations flared. A young woman, Thorun, vanished. Ketil's name circled in whispers. Floki, desperate to protect peace, ordered justice, but justice proved untamable here. The colony crumbled into feuds born of hunger and vision betrayed. Helga's absence fermented in Floki until even the gods went silent. The waterfall no longer spoke. The stone formations no longer moved. And when death became the only language left, Floki wandered into caverns beneath the mountain. He left no message, only faith that somewhere in the dark, the divine still waited. Meanwhile, Ivar's madness deepened. He dreamt of fire, sat beside bones, cursed the air for returning him to a world built without understanding. He feared Bjorn, not for strength of arm, but strength of loyalty. He loathed Hvitserk for weakness, yet could not part from him. Their bond grew grotesque, chains forged not of love, but burden. Hvitserk descended slowly into a daze beyond drink, haunted by images that shifted face and voice. One night, gripped by visions he could not decipher, he stepped into flame, into homes still burning, into punishment Ivar called necessary. He emerged barely alive. Scarred, spirit sunken. And in the midst of it, Judith's allies reached out across sea and silence. A bishop came. Hemund. A man blessed by sword and sacrament. Warrior. Priest. Prophet. The cross carved into blade and shoulder. He set foot in England not just to serve, but to fight, to spill the blood of pagans while speaking grace. Yet in his heart burned something hotter than scripture, something Ragnar had once stirred in others, contradiction. Ivar would meet him. And so would Lagertha. But time had yet to close that circle. The world narrowed again. Storms waited, rested upon blade edges. And each name, old or new, wondered whether they were gods, or sons of gods, or just a memory waiting to vanish into snow. The land shook not from war, but from a gathering, threads once tangled now tightening toward a single knot. All the paths bent back toward Kattegat, that ancient harbor where too much blood had mixed with snow. Ivar sat upon the throne now, no longer just a leader of warriors but a self-declared god. In his mind, he had surpassed not only his brothers, but Ragnar himself. His rule was carved from silence. Not absence of words, but the silence of fear. Judgments were swift. Mercy became a foreign sound. He walked with guards as if with shadows. No enemy approached him without first betraying themselves. When Hvitserk awakened from the pain of flame and guilt, he saw only fragments. Ivar, smiling. Bjorn, absent. Lagertha, hunted. The village no longer sang. His soul wandered through its own ruin until even vengeance lost meaning. He inhaled confusion with each breath, like a man who remembers drowning farther than he ever swam. Bjorn prepared in the hills. Lagertha with him, though changed, silver now streaked her hair not from age alone, but from weights no shield can block. Time had stripped nothing from her fire, but the world had moved strangely where she once stood at its center. She had slayed her share of giants, ruled more than one world of men, and her enemies now multiplied not because she failed, but because she endured. Where once she was feared for strength, now she threatened simply by breathing. Hemund arrived not dressed as a man of the cloth, but sheathed in chain and steel. He walked with sword drawn, scriptures tucked into war cries. His beliefs were less doctrine and more weapon. England had forged him in contradiction. He was bishop by title, but soldier by need. When he arrived among the Norse, it was not in disguise. He came with honesty sharpened like spearheads. He bowed to no king, revered no name. But when he saw Lagertha, he faltered. Their alliance burned hot and quick. It was not love, not as such, only recognition. Both shaped by war, by death, by the refusal to perish. They met not as strangers, but like two fates too long kept apart. The war rumbled forward. Bjorn gathered allies old and forgotten. Harold, fine hair, still aching for his self-made crown, straddled trust and opportunity. His brother Halfdan, once loyal, now leaned toward redemption. But in this world, redemption always carried spectators. Astrid bore no explanation in her eyes anymore. She stood beside Harold in name only. Her belly swollen, origin uncertain, she bore a calmness none dared interrupt. In battle, she fought as fierce as ever. But something in her was already departing. One life to lose, one life to deliver. And in this duality, her story fractured like stone under Thor. The armies clashed on the fields just south of Kattegat. Shield walls were raised, not in formations alone, but in ancient rhythm. The heavy thunder of boots, the chanting, the silence before spears kissed flesh, these were parts of an old language no longer spoken, only remembered in the marrow of warriors. Ivar, chariot-bound, rode with eyes bright and twisted, commanding as if he truly heard gods at his side. His voice rose sharp and quick, cutting through smoke like knife through milk. Lagertha and Bjorn faced him as myth faces myth. Neither approached in anger, but in grim understanding. There was no peace left between brothers, between mothers, between kin. Lagertha's shield maidens died around her like falling leaves. Each loss stripped joy from the world, replaced with necessity. Heathen spilled blood as other men breathed, slitting throats with prayer half-uttered, as though God required offering before each breath granted. Astrid fell amidst the chaos. Captured mid-clash, pulled into a ring of death not of choosing. She called for Lagertha with lullaby voice, not rage. She begged to be released, not from life, but from shame. Lagertha hesitated only a moment. Then, she granted her wish. Her sword pierced straight through memory. Her body fell with dignity. Her unborn child took its first and final moment in the shadow of war. The battle ended not in victory, but in futility. Retreat announced itself in wind. Fires smoldered in place of flags. No side cheered. No god came to bless the dying. Ivar, frustrated not with defeat but with victory unrecognized, returned to Kattegat fuming. He saw traitors where there were empty stares, and loyalty where fear looked away. Amid the retreating ashes, Heathen stood alone. Captured, or perhaps surrendered, he was brought to Kattegat. Ivar saw him not with disdain, but with deliberate interest. The bishop, unbroken by chains, spoke of heaven and prophecy in the hall of a demigod. Ivar saw in him a reflection not of kinship, but competition. Two men touched by visions, praying to powers far older than reason. Then Ivar let him go. Not as mercy, but as message, even your gods bend to mine. Lagertha, broken but unbowed, wandered into the wilderness. Her followers scattered or buried. Her throne lost again, but her resolve intact. Age pressed its claim against her body, but her spirit denied time. Warriors still called her name in drinking halls. Poets still whispered of her wars. Her foes hunted her now not for power, but for legend. But cracks opened where no spears reached. Hvitserk, drawn thinner than memory, wandered deeper into the fog of madness. He followed no banners, answered to no command. Visions haunted him, the flames of serpents. He saw the Seer awake among trees, dripping black sap. He heard Sigurd's voice from the cracks in the earth. He sought meaning but found none. His hand shook not from fear, but from loss of anchor. Ivar, still calling brother, offered purpose, but not healing. Back eastward, new kingdoms shifted. In Rus, winds gathered beneath colder gods. Prince Oleg, draped in ritual and cruelty, stepped into rising power. Ivar would come to know him. But not yet. Not while the embers smoldered across the soil of Denmark. A child stirred within the cradle of Kattegat. Not born, not named. A prophecy made flesh, carried from one vision to another. Freydis entered the story then, mysterious, beautiful, wrapped in layers of smiles and belief. She looked upon Ivar not as crippled man or conqueror, but as deity. Her voice soothed his wrath, fed his need. She called him God. Broke the world around him so it would fit only his shape. In her presence, he softened in some ways, grew sharper in others. She planted the seed of legacy where there had been only thirst for power. Their child, promised but unnatural, would not live to rule. Yet its brief existence reshaped everything. Lagertha returned to Kattegat in disguise. No crown, no shield. Just silence. She wandered among peasants, unseen. Wept into sacks of grain. Digged trenches for strangers' homes. Tried, in her final years, to touch peace. But war finds all things, even those that plead no longer to be seen. An enemy emerged from within. White hair, a spectre of violence, devoted to evil. A being more beast than man, haunted the borders with his band. Word reached that he stalked Lagertha's village. And so, the queen once more took up arms. Not in vengeance. In defense. Old, alone, heartbeat steady. They met beneath snow-shadowed sky. Blades flew. Flesh tore. The fight did not last long, but its weight remained eternal. Lagertha broke him. Bone and blood. But she bore wounds deeper than steel. Dragging herself along earth damp with snowmelt, she mounted her horse. Rode slowly back to Kattegat. The end already whispering in her blood. Evil was gone. He had fled toward destiny elsewhere. But Hvitserk remained. Lost. Mad haunted. And when Lagertha returned, barely alive, he saw her not as woman, but as vision. He plunged the blade into her without pause, certain she was not flesh, but shadow come to devour what remained of his soul. She died staring upward, the way only warriors do, with acceptance. Her death was not cried out. It passed like snow melts, quiet, complete. The Seer stirred one final time. The gods turned their faces elsewhere. Her funeral came with reverence. Bjorn returned and stood beside her pyre. No longer just a son, but a man now older than memories. Flames reached toward the past. Her name carved itself into every watcher's eyes. Ragnar's saga was built on journeys. Lagertha's on return. And still, new names gathered beyond the fog. Oleg read stars like commandments. Igor, a boy pawn wrapped in silk and sorrow. watched kingdoms fall silent around him. Russ prepared not only for war, but for inheritance of fate once claimed by Ragnar. Eivor walked among them, a stranger with poison in his smile and thunder in his silence. The world breathed in again. But it did not let go. Not yet. The frost crept deep into bones not yet made for cold. Across the vast white plains of Kievan Rus, where trees reached skyward in silent screams and the rivers groaned beneath their own skin, Eivor walked among strangers draped in fur and menace. He had arrived not as a prince, not even as a fugitive, but something more dangerous, a visitor without history, a man carried on silence, still bearing the weight of slain brothers, lost gods, and unborn sons. Prince Oleg received him with eyes that did not blink. A man wrapped in rituals, visions, and power that balanced on the edge of prophecy and perversion. He ruled not by bloodline alone but by manipulation so refined it became indistinguishable from fate. Eivor, twisted of spine and limping of soul, recognized Oleg not as king, not as companion, but as warning. Together, they watched the cold skies whisper of war. The young Prince Igor, rightful heir held in silken captivity, played beneath looming archways of towers not built for joy. Oleg kept the boy cloaked in affection and barbed threats, a crown waiting for a head not yet grown tall enough. Eivor observed, lingered, and slowly began to shape the space between boy and tyrant. In that white court of candlelight and iron, Eivor saw his purpose coalesce once more, not as god, not as king, but something colder. He began to tutor Igor, shielding him in small gestures from Oleg's storm. The bond grew in shadows. Not brother to brother. Not out of love. But in the echo of Ragnar and the orphaned hearts of empires. Cassia appeared among Oleg's court, a woman veiled in firelight and riddles, voice rich with hymns and warnings. She sang not only for the gods, but to them. Her song stirred Eivor's marrow. She saw through veils. She saw death around him, and permitted it to wear his skin for another year. A servant of spirits, or a player in fates, none could say. She walked halls the way ghosts do, without sound, and without question. Back west, Kattegat stood beneath new rule again. Bjorn Ironside, returned from wandering and war, now took the throne gutted and scarred. The people welcomed him not as legend, but as memory returned in the shape of a man. His name bore gravity, but not peace. With Gunhild beside him, warrior and queen, and Torvi bearing his children with quiet resilience, he ruled over a land no longer hungry for gods, but for certainty. He did not only receive a crown. He received the fragments of family. Hvitserk wandered at the edges of Kattegat's borders, a ghost with skin, skeletal from flame and madness. Bjorn welcomed him with no words of healing, only togetherness. What healing could be offered to one who had slain their mother in delusion? Yet they sat at fires again. Beyond the reef, Hvitserk the driftwood clinging to it, too exhausted to float any further. Ub, meanwhile, stood apart. Of all Ragnar's sons, he was the one whose gaze continued to reach across distance rather than backward into ash. His dream was not empire, but purpose. With Torvi beside him, bound no longer to Bjorn but to understanding, he sought the Golden Land. A place beyond maps. Stories once sung by other, a wanderer shaped like myth, who spoke of lands where snow met jungle, where gods did not reach. King Olaf re-emerged then, enormous of presence and ambition, his laughter thick as mead, his politics sharp as wolf's teeth. He gathered kings beneath his throne with promises of union. Bjorn was pulled into his schemes like ore into fire, a new kingship, amalgam of all Norway under a single rule. Olaf offered that crown not to himself, but to Bjorn. a gesture that was not gift, but trap. Harold, fine hair, watching all with narrowed eyes and tightened grip, played loyalty to both sides, a vulture circling above birth and betrayal. They convened in frozen halls, axes left at doors, egos heavy in air. Olaf conducted the vote, and word by word, each king put their name behind change. But Harold, ever adaptable, moved post-decision. He struck as winter does, without announcement. Captured Bjorn, claimed the title for himself, and dissolved loyalty like salt into soup. Olaf, betrayed by the very men he summoned, was cast into shame. Harold became king of all Norway with no song sung. His first act was to secure his position, not with penance to gods, but marriage. He looked not to alliances, but to Gunhild. Once a shield maiden, once rooted in Bjorn's chest, she became the test of royal will and heartbreak. Her acceptance was not betrayal, it was survival. Yet Bjorn, freed from cell and stripped of crown, carried betrayal with grace. Not because he forgave, but because he had more paths still to walk. Not all came with clarity. Gunhild's decision trembled like a blade under strain, but she stood beside Harold not as widow, not as captive, but as queen. When Harold wept, it was not regret but realization that nothing on a throne is owned. Not love. Not legacy. Only consequence. Bjorn returned to Kattegat once more, surrounded by fresh wounds and weary hearts. The people greeted him with worn joy, too tired to question where truth ended and symbolism began. He carried scars they could not name. But the sea brought new cards. Up prepared to depart. Others stood beside him, teller of lands beyond mists. Torvi readied their family for a voyage not of conquest, but of wandering. Kjetil Flatnose joined them, speaking honey over salt. A man twisted benignly by promises only he could interpret. They set sail across a world unspoken, chasing golden shorelines and truths neither axe nor crown could write. The water had memory. The stars watched, cold and constant. Back in Rus, Ivar burrowed deeper into Oleg's trust. With each plot, each whispered campaign against the West, he tightened his grip on Igor. The boy, once a figurehead for Oleg's throne, now looked to Ivar for glimmers of self. Oleg's cruelty, velvet-gloved and immediate, tore beasts from men. He lashed servants in court as punishment for prophecy. He broke Dir, Igor's distant blood uncle and rival heir, throwing him in chains and keeping him beneath the palace like a cursed relic. But freedom nested within Ivar's eyes. Slowly, with serpentine patience, he coaxed Igor's rebellion, not through speech, but example. He taught him to look differently, to move in secrecy, to reject that which controlled. And when the time cracked open, Ivar pulled Dir from chains, set wheels in motion. Oleg, drunk on certainty and cruelty, did not see the shifting wind. Not until it was too late. In England, change stirred once more. Alfred, now king in more than name, walked halls once stalked by Egbert. But his vision was gentler. Where others rushed to war, he listened. He legged alliances through letters instead of horses. He sought peace not as weakness, but future. Judith, fading but ever aware, watched her son grow into the man she prayed he might be. Alfred held the line against not just Norse invaders, but against time. For war had grown old. The names changed, but the blood remained the same. Yet as Rus marshaled its fleet for great invasion, a reckoning gathered. Ivar returned not with ships alone, but with vision. The Northmen joined them, galleys thrusting across dark waves, Skoll and Hati chasing the sun and moon across open sea. Alfred answered with resolve. Hvitserk, pulled from delirium by the scent of purpose, joined evil. Against his better sense. Or perhaps, for the very fact it was senseless. The Great War was no longer prophecy. It was here. Bjorn stood on sand, watching ships draw near, his armor heavy not only with steel, but years. The first blade would swing soon. The last had not yet been seen. And silence trembled against the breath between battles. The waves that carried war toward the shores of Norway bore no sails of peace, no mercy hidden beneath white silk. They came with oaths unspoken, driven not only by ambition but the memory of gods dying in the mouths of mortals. Ivar, now shadowed again by Hvitserk, returned to his homeland not as the son of Ragnar, not as boneless, not even as the child of destiny, but as the scythe reborn, carving through the undergrowth of fading lineages and broken thrones. Behind him marched Rus legions cold as glacier cuts, steel gleaming like prophecy dressed for mourning. Across the fjords, Bjorn Ironside stood waiting. Not unready, nor alone, but still, staring into the wind and reading it like scripture. He no longer spoke in myths. The years had worn down his voice into something cleaner than legend and less forgiving than law. He had seen too much to pretend gods cared about those who knelt. They only answered those who stood in storm and never folded. Kattegat braced for a siege with breath held in lungs too familiar with loss. Gunhild stood beside Bjorn once more, not as wife, nor queen, but as warrior. Their love, once ever burning, glowed different now, no longer wild, but kindled on shared fate rather than shared bed. Torvi arrived too, strong and steady, ice-hardened by sea miles and buried children. They had returned to defend not simply a place, but memory of all who carved homes from wood and stone, despite everything burned. From the mountain paths came King Harald, fine hair, fractured in ambition but rallied by necessity. He had lost more than one in his reign, yet he understood survival better than most. Old enemies stood as uneasy allies, Harald beside Bjorn, blades pointed outward, their private rivalry stained with too much shared blood to turn inward now. The Rus came as shadow, descending from their ships like plague. Pale horses moved where longships touched shore. Prince Oleg watched from beneath his war helmet, a prophet dipped in rusted gold. His eyes read no weather, only victory pre-written on bone. He spoke to his men not of conquest, but of cleansing, the North reverting to piety, to unity beneath his blade. Igor watched silently from within his ranks, uncertain whether he had escaped one cage only to be pressed into another. Ivar, gleaming from chariot top with armor twisted like his spine, surveyed the field with infinite patience. He did not see war, only necessity. Bjorn had to fall. The old vision of Vikings had to end. Not with fire, but with structure. And in his bones, he believed he was the only one who could build what came after. The night before battle fell like a hammer. In camps firelit and silent, men sharpened blades without speaking. Hvitserk, standing alone beneath a tree long dead, whispered forgotten prayers. He had joined Ivar again not because he believed, but because he remembered. Madness laced every muscle, but purpose laced the path. The war to come was not his to win, it was his to witness. Bjorn wandered that same night to a cliff where wind howled through unseen caves. Down below, water crashed against stone that had not moved in 1,000 years. He sat, not thinking, not longing, just waiting. He remembered nothing clearly now. Not Lagertha's laugh, nor Ragnar's scent. Only blurred pictures flickering like firelight against his skull. But he did remember silence, and perhaps it was silence that answered him. When he returned to camp, he bore no speech. Only steel. Oleg marched at dawn. Spears caught frost. Blades scraped against death. And when the men of the north rose from their trenches, when their war cries broke through cloud and crow, the gods turned to watch. The first charge shattered under arrow and stone. Rus formations moved like creatures of one breath. Ivar's war machines rolled across hills that once fed goats, now charred with blood. Chariots danced across corpses. Bjorn led from the front. His sword sang like wind through pine. He tore through shield after shield. But he was struck, cut deeply and suddenly. Not by Oleg. Not by fate. Only a blade from somewhere he could not name. He fell. The world did not stop. Word spread like fire without kindling. Bjorn Ironside was dead. The camp sagged. Warriors began to falter. Morale, like breath sucked too quickly, vanished across battle lines. But Bjorn had not died. Not yet. Carried away. Stitched whole by force of will. Dressed in armor the color of vengeance made real. And then came the moment, itself unreal, held between surge and silence, when Ivar's men looked up to see him return. There stood Bjorn upon hilltop, motionless, blood knotted at his side. Sword drawn. Alone. He rode forward not with army behind him, but with death itself bound tight across his shoulders. The Rus halted. Superstition, older than strategy, froze them in place. One by one, the North rallied. Not because they saw victory, but because they dared once more to name themselves not as servants, but sons of Ragnar. Sons of gods. Warriors who would not die beneath boots from foreign frost. The battle turned. Not in tide, not in triumph. Only in meaning. Bodies piled indiscriminately. Men screamed as others drowned in blood older than rain. Oleg's certainty cracked. Bjorn rode forward, fell, and did not rise again. But in falling, something stood in his place. Legacy untouchable. Like the bones of mountains. Oleg's forces scattered across the sea. Igor turned away into the arms of destiny Ivar had helped him claim. Oleg was slain, struck by men no longer deaf to tyranny. And Ivar, watching all from above the ridge, sat in his chariot and blinked once against the wind that now carried none of his banners. Gunhild stood at Bjorn's burial. She did not weep. Her lips barely moved. When the others prepared to choose a new leader, she dressed for a wedding, white and silver as snow on sword hilts. She stepped alone into the waves. The sea embraced her slowly. She did not struggle. Like Bjorn, she made her final choice with eyes open. To be memory rather than victim. To be part of legend, not footnote. Ivar and Hvitserk drifted south once more. Their path bent toward Wessex like the final section of a great script aching to be closed. A final confrontation etched in too many dreams to be avoided. Along the way, Ivar met one more face meant to remind him what humanity feels like. A second Freydis, or perhaps a woman wearing that name as fate wears water. Kindness in her eyes, soft defiance in her voice. She saw him not as God. Not even as king. But as broken thing trying to remain whole. He loved her, not with his old fury, but with the exhaustion of someone who knows it is too late. In Wessex, Alfred gathered his banners. His health had frayed, but not his will. He listened still, not to war drums, but to heaven's wait in quiet prayer. Judith, gone now, lived only in commandment-like memory. Uhtred, the warrior of uncertain birth, lingered in nearby tales but did not cast shadow here. This would be Alfred's fight to hold alone. The armies met on open field. Crosses faced dragon-headed shields. The last remnants of Ragnar's legacy, drawn sword to sword with the scholar king who would define England long after death zipped his words shut. Ivar drew up before the battle, his face blank, hands calm. He was not nervous, not eager. He was only present, like prophecy finally arriving at the point it had always been circling. And so the shield walls formed, and death read its ledger. The field stretched wide and open beneath a sun that did not shimmer but stared. Wind passed low across grass already trodden by boots and painted by omens. No trees lined the edges. There was nowhere to hide. Men milled in silence, sharpening blades no longer for raiding or revenge, but for finality. One side bore crosses stitched into banners flapping against the weight of prayer. The other carried no sigils, only faces hardened by past loss, by roads walked too long, by a fire passed down through names dying one by one. Alfred did not walk among his ranks like kings of story. He moved gently, hand clasped behind his back, speaking with the voice of someone who fully understood what it meant to bear the living on one shoulder and the dead on the other. He offered no promise of safety, only cause. Faith forged in duty. His soldiers, Saxon and Dane alike, stood not as fanatics, but as men too familiar with cost. He asked them only to stand, and they did. Because he did. Across the field, Ivar stood mounted on the high curve of a shallow ridge. A wooden chariot carried him, familiar as breath, and around him his men straightened into ranks taught not by training but by instinct. Beside him walked Hvitserk, silent, sober, not cured of madness, but contained by it. Somewhere behind their line were memories of Bjorn, of Ub, of Sigurd, fatherless futures, feasts long cold, and funerals forgotten by the world. None returned to guide them. Only ghosts at their backs. Ivar blinked down at the opposing shield wall with eyes not quite human, blue, yes, but now not of warmth nor ice. Just emptiness. Cold without invitation. Not even Floki's eldritch gaze had ever carried such distance. Standing there, he seemed beyond age, beyond belief, a creature whose body bore too many wounds to still be upright, and yet who remained because something unfathomable insisted he continue. The battle did not begin with a charge. It began with a breath, one huge and unanimous, as though the air itself had paused its tide. Then came the archers. Shafts darkened sky in clean geometry. Men lifted shields over heads, backs, brothers. Thuds rang like distant drums calling no dancers. Then distance vanished. The march was slow, then immediate. Saxons pressed against the line. The clash became flesh against iron, shouts merging into throatless sound. All philosophy ceased. Only proximity remained. Ivar did not enter the fray. He maneuvered at the edge, pointing, commanding like a ghost conducting a storm. His voice fell oddly calm. He directed pockets of fighters as though arranging the final strokes on a tapestry drawn from blood. Hvitserk fought within the heart of the battlefield. His sword swung like the pendulum of forgotten judgment, accurate, furious, but haunted. He no longer fought for survival, nor even redemption. Only because the end had to carry weight, and if his body fell, then let it fall among those who knew why it mattered. Alfred, cloth clinging to thin frame, guided with priestly solemnity. He invoked no miracles, only truth. He led fighters into the narrowest struggle, and when gaps opened, he stepped into them as if answering invitations left by fate. He was not revered as a hero, not seen as invincible, yet men gravitated toward him, as if his presence at their side meant history would not forget their names. And still evil watched, until his own war ceased to live as abstraction. Wounded, he descended from the chariot. His legs, twisted and frail, trembled with every motion. Guards reached for him, but he waved them off. He moved across the field slowly, methodically, as locked onto the mass of motion and murder that churned just ahead. His cloak dragged through blood and dirt alike. Then it happened. A child, no older than Ivar had once been when Floki had first held him aloft, ran across the field, sword in small hands shaking like tree limbs under wind. His face was drawn not in determination, but in fear masked behind duty. One of Alfred's young fighters, hardened too early. Eyes wide, chest heaving. He saw Ivar and stopped. Ivar returned his gaze not with anger, not hatred. Something else. Recognition. He stepped forward and spoke. The boy screamed, lunged, and drove the sword into Ivar's gut. The world did not pause. Ivar took the blow with neither sound nor flinch. Still standing, his body slowly folded, as though not resisting, but allowing. Hvitserk saw his brother's knees buckle, pushed off from his fight, and made for him, but too late. Ivar sank to the earth piece by piece, mouth opened slightly, emitting nothing. No prophecy. No curse. No plea. The battle paused only where he fell. Hvitserk knelt beside him, saw the blood collecting, touched his forehead, saw no rage in his eyes, only finality. The man who had styled himself a god died like a man who understood nothing he built would remain. Hvitserk remained by his brother until the breath left. And when it did, he rose. The Saxons did not chase him. Alfred bid them to stop. He had heard the name, understood the weight it bore. He granted the last son of Ragnar his dignity because he understood the shape of grief deeply enough to respect another's. The battlefield had no victors, only survivors. Blood soaked into sacred earth. Crows cried as prayers stretched toward damp grey sky. The Norse fled. Some surrendered. Some melted into forest paths, never to surface again. Alfred remained. Hvitserk, exhausted beyond thought, lowered himself at the foot of a tree and said nothing for days. When they finally took him to Alfred, he offered no resistance. He did not speak. They called him mad. They feared him. But Alfred saw clarity where others saw harm. Here was one who bore more than crimes, he bore history, agony, and truth. The king listened to the silence and came to a decision. In the presence of cross and court, Hvitserk knelt. Alfred asked his name. He hesitated, then answered, Athelstan. A name reborn from a friendship that should never have fractured. A conversion not from belief, but from relinquishment. The end of one bloodline and the adoption of another, not in conquest, but surrender. In Kattegat, word arrived not with messengers, but with the hush that follows after prayer. A long sigh swept through village halls and market paths. The younger remembered only stories, Ragnar, Lagertha, Bjorn, now Ivar. Names once whispered with awe now folded under the weight of new rulers. Life resumed. Traders sold furs. Fishermen mended nets. Farmers watched clouds with the same worry as anywhere else. Tides kept no account of monarchs. And yet, across sea and wood and wind, the world did tilt quietly. In the west, Alfred ruled not with joy, but stability. Under his hand came libraries, churches, codes of law. The saw dulled, and the quill scratched louder. He lived not for glory, but duration. His rule would be remembered not because he burned bright, but because when others burned out, he remained. Far from all of this, the sea held secrets untouched. Up still sailed. The golden land remained unearthed. The sea that bore Up onward was not the same that once carried Ragnar westward. This ocean was vast beyond even Saga's measure, grey one moment, gold the next, and unfathomably still. Days lengthened into weeks, and weeks into wordless time. The farther the longship drifted from the known, the more the crew began to speak with fewer sentences, as though language grew irrelevant when surrounded by endless horizon. Wind whispered occasionally, clouds tread water overhead like beasts on soft paws, and the sun bled into the sea each dusk with no signpost of arrival, only faith-bound like rigging. Torvi stood at Ub's side not as wife alone, but as equal navigator into the unknown. She held their child at the ship's edge, teaching laughter to a creature that had never seen permanent soil. Her resolve bore the same calm weight as the oars beneath them. Other, that wandering monk turned prophet of foreign lands, knelt often before the mast, saying nothing, eyes closed as though reading the distant wind veins like scripture. Kjetil Flatnose stood at the stern, shoulders coiled not in prayer but in possession. He had not come to discover, he had come to claim. The crew grew uneasy when hunger grew stealthy. Fish nets pulled nothing. Fresh water ran low. But none considered turning back. Not because they feared shame. Because there was nothing left behind to return to. The old world had vanished beneath fire, blood, and silence. What greeted them ahead, even in death, would at least not be echo. And then, land. Sudden and wide and golden in the dawn's earliest breath. Not carved by cold, nor guarded by cliff, but open and warm and green with low mist curling over hills like quiet dreams taking form. They approached it not in cries of victory, but stunned reverence. Like children slinking into a father's hall unbidden. Climbing ashore, the Norse stepped onto ground that felt untouched. No banners. No markers. Only untouched winds and birds unfamiliar in song. It was quiet, but not dead. Watching, perhaps. Tree line swaying. Something present. They built slowly. Huts and fences and a perimeter stake not with conquest in mind, but security. Peace was not assumed. Kjetil paced often with dagger openly in hand, eyes darting toward trees, mistrusting even birdsong. Ub, contrast to him, walked open-palmed, scanning high and low for invitation. Torvi taught the children to plant herbs in soil unlike any she'd known. The natives arrived not with spears, but with curiosity. Silent shapes melted out from the brush, men and women painted with earth colors, armed but not aggressive, cautious but not trembling. They spoke no language the Norse recognized, though gestures became the bridge. A tentative peace emerged. Items were exchanged, food tasted, names offered in the only way humans ever truly introduced themselves, smiles, cautious nods, lowered weapons. Ub opened himself. Learned of their ways. Cast aside armor, and over time, title. The Norse began living in cycles instead of campaigns, sharing catch, washing in streams, watching seasons turn unfamiliar but gentle. Kjetil bristled under this stillness. he saw weakness in the absence of defense. When tensions flared, when supplies of meat and fish thinned, he cast looks at the natives filled with accusation. And then, the death. Thorun, daughter of Tuvi and mother herself, disappeared from camp. Hours passed in rising silence. She was discovered in the forest, face down at the river's edge, eyes open. Blood in the water. The community buckled. Grief overtook breath. Rumors kindled in glances. Ub called counsel, slow-spoken and deliberate. No blame was thrown. But grief sharpens judgment. Kittel insisted savagely that the murder was done by the native tribe. Torvi stood opposite, refused to paint a people with crimes no hand had confirmed. Ub asked for patience. Searched the forests alone. Followed nothing but instinct, hoping to find meaning where none was promised. Then came what was found. Digging through Ketil's camp, hidden beneath furs and tools, the beads once worn around Thorun's neck. Blood-crusted. Tucked away not like evidence but treasure. Silence fell. No trial was needed. Ketil denied. Spoke of framing, of ghosts, of enemies in veil. But when Ub looked into his eyes, he saw hunger where love should be. That was enough. They cast him out. Not with weapons or wounds, but with exile, the cruelest judgment among a people building peace. He left into the forest, not alone, but followed by those still drunk on old notions of conquest. Their rusted ideals withered among trees that did not listen. What remained behind was a village stitched in scar but steady. Days passed. The natives, seeing the division resolved, returned. Offerings were exchanged. Bridges slowly mended where fire had almost split them soundlessly. Peace resumed again, not untroubled, but conscious. Earned. One night, far beyond the village perimeter, a figure emerged from the trees. His cloak was tattered, beard long, eye sunken, but alive. Floki. Changed in every fiber. No longer manic prophet, not entirely. Not healed. Just stripped bare. Floki walked into the circle of firelight, said no greeting, dropped to the earth like a leaf loosened finely from a tree that had kept it too long. Ub stood in stunned stillness, then leaned down and touched his shoulder like one touches a father they thought they had buried. Floki said little. At first, only fragments. Descriptions of mountains that breathed, caves that wept blood, bones that whispered. The gods, he confessed, had spoken. And then grown silent forever. All that remained now was time. Time and memory. Ub welcomed him into the fold. Fed him. Let him rebuild a place for himself, not as prophet or mythic fool, but man among men. He became guide. He watched the children. He told them no stories, but taught them how to listen when fire crackled. That was enough. Meanwhile, across the sea, the Norse world shrank. In Kattegat, Eric the Red One stood near power, blind-eyed and sharp-limbed. The trappings of rule passed from one uncertain hand to another. None held it long. Kingship became something loathed more than dreamed of. Names faded. Olaf's laughter no longer echoed. Harald's mark eroded. Gunhild belonged to silence now. Others, strangers, seconds, merchants of influence, climbed atop short-lived thrones. The people no longer prayed to kings. They prayed only for kinder winters, safer crossings, fewer suns taken by wave and steel. The Seer remained gone. His house collapsed, moss growing where prophecies once crawled from black tongue. In his absence, some claimed to dream clearer. Others stopped dreaming altogether. No omens. Only tides. Alfred too reached his final stretch. Thin, trembling, but lips still shaping laws. His time, preserved in scroll and candlelight, fell not with war, but through weariness. He had shaped the bones of a nation from dust and compromise. He ruled with patience and died in quiet, wrapped in blessings that few kings receive and fewer deserve. And still, the sun set. And still, the sea held its line. Up stood one morning, beside the fire, staring toward the same shoreline he first landed on long ago. Torvi beside him, grey in hair, stretched still in her arms. Floki walking nearby with a child on his shoulders who asked of gods as though they might answer this time. Ab said nothing. Because some stories do not end with victories, nor with defeat. They end simply by continuing. Sometimes, the greatest legacy is not blood, or name, or conquest. It is simply surviving long enough to stop running. So the tides calmed. The wind that once howled the names of Ragnar and his sons now softened, quieter with each year that passed beyond the last war. The world Ragnar had imagined, of shattered borders, of gods challenged, of new territories under Norse breath, no longer roared. It hummed. And from that humming, a different kind of saga unfolded, one more patient, one less adorned in steel. In Kattegat, the halls once lined with banners, with voices rising in song and in judgment, now echoed quieter. Markets still bustled. Fishermen still salted their catch. Children still ran between posts and fire pits. But stories spoken by their elders shifted in tone. Ragnar, Lagertha, Floki, their names were no longer commands or curses. Now, they were lanterns, soft and flickering, pulled from memory's slow embers. Their shadows remained, but fell across unfamiliar floors. The throne saw many who tried to sit and reign. But no rule matched the weight of myth. The notion of kingship, once fought for with blood-poured loyalties and axes raised in moonlit fields, faded down to something gentler, something more dispersed. Village councils grew stronger. War bands weakened. Some called it peace. Others called it waiting. For something. For anything that might rise again in fire or flame. Across the water, in the Golden Land, time had adopted Ub and those still breathing beside him. They raised new structures from woven reeds and driftwood. Children born there had never seen Kattegat, had never heard the word England spoken with bitterness. These children fished not because it filled their larders, but because it pleased their mothers to see them strong and content. They knew the names of their gods, yes, but they also learned the names of trees, of stars, of rivers flowing not toward war, but into silence. Floki grew older. And quieter still. His madness had been eaten clean by time. It had not left him, only balanced itself. He became teacher in that way only broken men can. He told the children about Loki and about Thor, about Yggdrasil and the fate of the 9 worlds. But as bedtime approached, he left those tales behind and explained how to weave lattice from willow branches, how to track dusk by the color of the sea. Ub aged trial by trial, each moon adding to the fatigue in his spine, but never once did he speak of regrets. The boy who once watched his mother die in the halls of Kattegat now stood waist-deep in salt water, teaching his son how to throw a net so that it landed open, never tangled. When Torvi sat beside him at dusk, her head resting upon his shoulder, they did not speak of settlements or raids. Only of what needed building next. A small roof to mend. A fence to reset. A stone that shifted too far during last rain. Their peace was not untouched by the gods. But the gods had become quieter, too. Not gone. Only subtle. Floki swore he saw runes in the driftwood. Other claimed birds warned him of approaching storms. And sometimes, when too many candles burned low at once, the people watched each other cautiously, remembering stories of Odin's walk among simple men wearing stranger cloaks. But for now, they existed beneath sky and soil, and no god demanded more than the sun rising again each morning. Kjetil never returned. His name passed into hush. Occasionally, a tale reached them of a man further west, ruling a cruel pocket of land, declaring himself a descendant of Thor. But no one chased him. Some wounds were best left scabbed, not reopened. In England, Alfred's lineage endured. His crown passed with less violence than history usually allowed. Not without ambition or ambition's consequences, but with strides more carefully drawn, more intertwined with parchment than iron. Peace spread through walls and treaties. Norse settlers, those who remained behind, lived in villages nested softly within Saxon ones. Their children sometimes bore names of both lands. They traded more than they raided, sang songs with modified verses. No longer heathens, no longer invaders. Just neighbors. Judith was long gone. A name etched in dark corridors and private shadows drawn behind thrones. Athelstan lived on, not in blood, but in belief. His cross still stood in corners of the world where once it would have been splintered by flung axes. But also, carvings of Odin lingered still beneath chapel pews, scratched by the fingers of those too afraid to forget completely. The new world was built not on erasure, but uneasy synthesis. What was kept, what was buried, it remained the subject of endless wind. Vitserk, who had once baptized himself under the name of Athelstan, breathed obscurely for years after Eivor fell. His life, quiet now, was not remembered in halls nor carved into wood. But some say a monk once wandered through the borderlands between Dane and Saxon, speaking very little, limping slightly, eyes flickering with endless night. Others say he died that same evening of his baptism, the man who woke afterward simply a borrowed shadow wearing his face. Whatever truth filtered through the fog, history made no effort to clarify. It had grown weary of conquests. Back in the west, the sands of time slipped gently into soil. One day, a boy born on the coast of the Golden Land asked his father who Ragnar was. Ub answered slowly, without weight. He was the spark. We are the fire after. The boy nodded. Nothing more was required. In the silence that followed, the wind joined again, affirming. And Floki, some time afterward, walked alone beyond tree lines, deeper into unfamiliar glades. He looked not for gods, but for his wife Helga, gone so long, but always just behind the veil. He whispered her name only once, then vanished. Some claimed he became a god. Others claimed he laid down and let the land take him, folding his bones into its roots. Either way, he was not seen again. But the stories retained him, softer now. No longer the madman. Not even the builder. Just the one who never stopped looking. And Torvi? She outlived them all. She raised her children, and when they left the village to find their own myths, she remained. Wrinkles deepened. Her hands aged but remained calloused. When her last breath came, it did not arrive in blooded battle nor during a crashing raid. It happened beneath a woven roof among grandchildren who knew her voice better than any sword. She died warm, which few among the sagas ever did. And so it was that the age of Vikings dwindled not in one great defeat spoken in fire and screams, but in soft footsteps headed away from the battlefield, into fields sown not for conquest, but for food. Longships rotted at docks. Axes darkened from lack of use. And the gods, perhaps watching, swayed gently above it all with thin smiles, satisfied, or merely tired. There would be new sagas, in time. But this one, the one shaped by flared swords, by myths-given teeth, by men and women who dared the sea and dared the self, had found its shore. The saga had spoken. The wind now carried other names. Still, though the saga of Ragnar's sons yielded its last, and the longships gave way to softer waters, the echo of transformation had not yet disappeared. One final breath remained beneath foreign skies, in lands drenched in salt wind and iron rule, where the shape of power no longer resembled the halls of Kattegat, but the marble fortresses of Christendom. Though Ivar's war had ended, though Bjorn's bones had been placed into rock and honored by fire, the North had not yet abandoned its curve through destiny. From across the eastern steppes and the stone-wreathed cities of Rus, faint steps sounded in the wake of collapse. Oleg was gone, his cruelty bled into the soil by those he could not chain, but what lingered were the remnants of a kingdom waiting for a thread to follow. In the wake of Oleg's destruction came Igor, a ruler young in breath and thought, but shaped by the frost tempest of Ivar's exile. And behind him, unseen yet ever present, wandered the name Dir, no longer a prisoner, walking now through the echo of halls once sealed with fear. Rus would reform, not through blood, but through memory detoxified by time. Freydis reappeared not as woman of womb or queen, but as vision. In the minds of those left hollowed by grief and ever-blinking grief-born awe, she remained, a ghost's comfort. A balm for a cracked world. Whether she had ever truly returned, or whether Ivar had died holding only pattern and sunlight, none could say. Yet her memory persisted as testament, the only woman who had touched rage with grace and smoothed it into faith. A mother of a dead godchild. A queen never crowned. A flame no water could explain. Further west, the maps changed again. Kattegat now lived, and not lived, beneath rulers who shifted faster than fields in flood. With no Ragnar, no Lagertha, no inherited blood to steady its course, the town flexed inwardly like a wound closing around scarred memory. Small kings came and departed. Merchants turned into lords overnight. Warriors turned to traders. Faiths crisscrossed in halls that once welcomed only sacrifice. Kattegat survived, but it no longer drove the world. It watched it. And still, as fields grew richer around it, the town missed the edge. The singing screams. The winter-broken silhouettes of men who left families to chase death for names not yet carved in wood. A steadier, quieter time endured. But in its quiet, the saga's breath thinned. High in frosted cliffs beyond lands of worship and war, Olaf the Stout's ruined estate lay blackened. Once bold in speech and swollen with feast, his house stood stripped. No laughter lived there anymore. Only bones and soot and rusted iron where once the promise of unity had been spoken over meat and ambition alike. His vision, to forge Norway into one cloak of rule, had not vanished, but faded into misused inheritance. Others tried where he had failed. But none truly believed. Elsewhere, Harald Finehair's crown travelled like a weight lost in storm. He had reached his desire, king of all Norway, but only brushed it briefly. His reign had not broken kingdoms, nor solidified them. It ebbed behind his ambition and hardened into disappointment. Gunhild, who had once shared the weight, now walked the shadowed edges of forgotten tales, her choice to die with honor beneath waves having sealed something even deeper than lineage. She became Elegy, the last queen who understood what it meant to live beside men born for sagas, not thrones. Of the children birthed during the age of Ragnar's line, few remembered the warcraft of their blood. The axe no longer infused their arms from boyhood. No portent screamed at their birth. In both Kattegat and the colonies across the sea, generations now grew tall under banners of survival, not supremacy. They traded skins not for swords but grain. Winter brought danger in hunger, not in raiders. And inside homes built by the sons and daughters of Floki's dead friends, stories became quieter each time they were told. And yet one flame still flickered beyond the ocean, in the realm where Ub had planted fire and roots alike, the land once spoken of as golden, now simply home. Ub's hair ran white with salt. His shoulders curved. He stood less with battle readiness than with watcher's calm. But the lines in his face did not mark defeat. They marked acceptance. That this, what he had found, was not glory, but peace unsharpened by fame. He ate simply. He built calmly. He taught his children in tones unmet by war. But the story hadn't left him. Sometimes it lingered in dream, Ragnar's voice, saying nothing. Just watching. Sometimes it came in the wind, reminding him what it was to be 13, holding his mother's hand outside a hall echoing with blood. Sometimes it looked like Evil's shadow flickering in corners. And sometimes it came in the form of Other, who had become more myth than man. Other, always sailing out and returning with knowledge no map held. He faded from the group and returned again like the tide, telling fables of other men following other sons, of lands where trees sing differently and stars tilt sideways. No one questioned him anymore. Not even Floki, who by now regarded truth as utterly beside the point. It was Floki who vanished first. One morning, without torch or announcement. Only his walking stick was left, leaning against a tree near the river. Ub searched for hours without urgency. In his silence, he understood. Torvi lived beyond him. Her children carried names stitched from two worlds. Her stories, told over a cup or beside dying embers, never began with conquest. Always with weather. Always with what grew. One of her sons took the boat beyond the northern cliffs, chasing clouds. Whether he found anything was never told. That, too, became a story. One friend swore they saw the boy again 5 winters later, wearing new clothes and speaking with an accent that bent like western wind. Another said he settled with natives and forgot the words of his father. Neither mattered. The departure was the story. Back in England, land shifted hands and histories blurred. Towns rose where once Ragnar had landed filled with prophecy and tension. Farmers plowed fields no longer red. Priests blessed soil once marked by axe. Alfred's descendants bore crowns and made laws, increasingly distant from the price once paid by blood and syllable. Years passed, as quiet as snowfall. In Kattegat, a street was renamed. Not after Ragnar, nor Lagertha, but after fishers whose families had cured herring in the same spot for 4 generations. The old longboats, those too broken for water but too sacred for kindling, were placed vertically at the entrance to the village, arranged like ribs wearing seaweed. Children played among them, only vaguely aware they once chased Frankish shores. None could say when, exactly, the gods stopped speaking, or if they had truly spoken. But the people still nodded to the wind, still threw a piece of fish into the fire before dinner. still carved small figures of wood they swore were just decorations. One child, the daughter of Ub's youngest, asked him, once, who Odin was. Ub replied after a long pause, "A name we used to carry." She considered this, then asked if he was real. Ub looked to the sky, where crows still flew. "Aren't we all?" That night, the fire burned a little higher than usual. And across distant ridgelines, wind moved through grass like breath through memory. Ragnar's saga had spoken its last word. But its echo walked still, unhurried, weightless. Fading not into nothing, but into everything. The world that had once trembled beneath the iron-footed longships of the Northmen had settled now into a hush carried not by defeat, but by distance. Ragnar's breath no longer stirred banners above raiding crops nor bent the silence before dawn spears. The wind spoke still, yes, but they whispered softer. Time itself, once wet with blood and salt, began to dry along the edges. In the settlements across the golden fringe of the unknown land, Ub aged quietly. His steps slowed, but never stumbled. He no longer looked over his shoulder in the mornings. When he bathed in the river, it was not to scrub war from his skin but to feel the cold and know he was still alive. With time, the younger ones voted him out of leadership, not in rebellion, but in solemn recognition that the man who had started the journey could now finish it in peace. Ub smiled when they brought the news. No bitterness. Just a nod. He had never wanted to rule, only to belong somewhere no one screamed. Torvi stayed, older than most now, skin-veined with stories, but more still than she had ever been in bloodshed. She sometimes caught herself imagining battle drums in the night, mistaking the distant rolling of the ocean for a raiding horn. Then smiled and whispered those sounds away. She carried no sword anymore, but her hand still carried weight when placed gently on the shoulders of a frightened child or the bent back of a tired son. Peace did not make her dull. It revealed her truth. Torvi had always fought for rest. And Floki, though vanished, remained present in quiet details. Wooden figures left on doorsteps after newborns arrived. Strange carvings on the edge of walking sticks no one confessed to owning. Some claimed they saw him with a hood drawn near the cliffs, watching stars like constellations owed to no one. Others said his bones now warmed the trees that fed their hearths. All agreed he had passed unseen, which was how he would have wanted it. Valhalla, perhaps, had made room for the one who asked only, always, how far things might go before they were no longer gods but people. Back in Norway, the name Kattegat still passed through lips, though not with the same reverence. It had changed too often. Its power diluted as each reign that followed sought to mimic what could not be rebreathed. The nature of myth is that it does not return once fulfilled. The halls built in memory of the Ragnarsson stood tall and empty in corners of the city center. Their wood, polished clean, no longer bore nail-scratched patterns of war boots or the drunk songs of Floki's laughter. Instead, tourists of newer time wandered them with half-understood awe. Merchants sold wares of imitation, wooden runes, cloaks designed after Lagertha's last battle garb, blades dulled for display. No children ran between these pillars as they once did between training posts and weapon racks. Now they played in grass-fenced yards. Their games included no shadows of war, only rhythms of call and answer, of shared food and seasonal song. Myth did not reach them. Perhaps it would return generations hence. For now, it slept. The throne, too, became symbolic. It passed between names etched with affluence, not blood. Traders bought votes. Hunters secured alliances. the people cried less at coronations. The concept of sovereignty itself loosened, became a costume worn briefly during holidays and proclamations. Nobody expected much from their rulers now, only consistency and minimum interference. True leadership had left with men who believed in the call of omens. And still, the wars in distant lands continued. Elsewhere, beyond mountains curve and across the midnight rivers of Europe, territories contested over borders neither sacred nor memorable. But the sons of Ragnar played no more part in these movements. In fact, no Northman did. The Viking Age had concluded not in surrender, nor announcement, but in fatigue. The hulls of ships once soaked in blood now sank quietly beneath algae and barnacles in forgotten coves. History had grown restless for newer flames. In England, Alfred's descendants assumed roles built by his former prayers. Cathedrals rose taller. Wheat ripened beneath lighter taxes. Armies swelled only when necessary. There were still enemies, yes, but they were enemies of administration, not ancestry. Alfred's vision of unity had held. A united land beneath law, not legend. His name endured in scripture and stone. But few remembered the prime of his life, the man who'd knelt over Athelstan's grave and heard from a bishop that the gods of old might still listen in the rain. Yet even in this modern breadth of kingdoms, one name lingered with stubborn tenderness. Evil. Not spoken. Not exalted. Feared, perhaps, a whisper in the way shadows lean differently in flickering torchlight. Children in certain corners of marketplaces were told not to lie or hurt their siblings, lest evil the boneless awaken beneath their floorboards. His myth endured not because he was great, but because he was unnerving. Time could sand away most things, but not Evor's stare. It had carved too deeply. No one really knew he died the way he died, broken, quiet, surrendering in the mud with no hand to hold, but they still saw him in the cruelty of chance, in the collapse of men who seemed never to bend. The seer's hut, long since overgrown and sunken, became a tangle of root and vine. Yet travelers still found their way to it. Not to hear prophecy, only to sit where the story once lived. They said if you sat long enough near its entrance, the wind carried a single word carved in fog, remember. And they did. Not vividly. Not daily. But in necessary fragments. In the lull before seasonal festivals, fishermen would glance up from their nets and speak of Ragnar's sons the way one speaks of kings lost at sea, still floating, perhaps, beneath some other sky. A woman spinning wool would pause in thought and think of a slog climbing the steps on the day Ragnar came home only to leave again, eyes full of non-begun sentences. Two brothers in the snow might argue gently over which son had truly loved their father most. And somewhere, in another land entirely, a mask of carved pine would be unearthed, too strange to explain and too mournful to discard. Its empty eyes left questions. Its shape raised no alarms, only nostalgia for something that had never truly belonged to the ones who found it. So the tale ends not with death, but dispersion. Into museums, into lullabies, into rituals so watered down that no one remembered their origin, only that they comforted. The name Ragnar ceased to belong to a man or a moment. It became another sound the earth made before winter. One last curl of smoke from a fire that no longer needed to burn. And those who breathed it, who stood once inside that breath, lived on in the air, not in memory's shout, but its sigh. The saga continued, invisibly. Time rippled outward from the deeds of men long buried, and across that expanse, where ocean met forgotten pilgrimage, the last threads of the saga wove themselves not as dominion, not as war, but as the fading complexity of things once fiercely felt. Ragnar's legacy no longer stood as fire, but as ash turned into soil, unseen beneath what danced above ground, new timber, new names, and the roots of lives neither conquered nor aspiring to conquer. This, too, was destiny, though few looked upon it with fanfare. Somewhere westward, beyond Kattegat's aging timber, beyond Alfred's churches, beyond even the graves of gods denied, Ub still woke before dawn. His village, though larger than before, bore no walls. Chickens wandered freely beneath huts supported by beams carved in Norse runes so worn they looked like weather patterns. The gardens grew even through frost, varieties of greens matched in their cadence to the sun's silent instructions. People spoke quietly here. Their mouths didn't strive for legacy. Their hands, roughened by planting and pulling, had forgotten how to grip axe hilts. On certain days, others walked among them again. As ancient now as the hill stones, his voice a dry psalm. He no longer claimed to know where the edge of the world lay. In fact, on one evening by the fire, he admitted softly that the Golden Land had never truly existed, that it was merely a name scratched into the inside of men's minds when they grew too tired of bleeding. And as he said it, his face bore peace, not shame. The children around the fire accepted it. So did Ub, who only nodded once, eyes reflecting the flames. Torvi, her bones long since aching, often sat beside her grandchildren and watched them remember stories they were too young to have lived. Their reenactments of Ragnar and Lagertha were playful, unwarlike, versions shaped through imagination and vague tales, not blood. She'd smile, not because they misunderstood, but because they softened fire into something livable. One boy once asked her if Yvonne now lived among the gods. She answered without pause. The gods don't live. They echo. From the forest's edge, strange figures sometimes appeared. Not ghosts, real people, traders, wayfarers from other peoples, other places, drawing with them language stitched from villages no Norseman had touched, no Saxon had ever raided. Some brought fruit, others brought questions. A few stayed. One girl painted her body with symbols not even Floki would have understood, and yet she sat beside the old Botryte's grave and wept one day, as though she knew him. No one asked her why. The moment passed. Sometimes understanding wasn't needed. Sometimes it harms. And Floki, known here not as blasphemer, nor prophet, nor builder, only as the quiet one who disappeared toward water. His face was carved now into a thin stone by the riverside, not grand, not extravagant. Just enough to hold a smile and a name weathered beyond intelligibility. Children splashed the water too close to the bank sometimes and tugged at berries nearby. His grave didn't mind. The river whispered around him regardless. From foreign lands, messages still arrived, though infrequently. A passing merchant told of Harold Finehair's final stand, how he died not on his throne, but in a drunken skirmish outside of a lowland pub, sword drawn over an insult barely remembered. Others said he'd become a monk, shaved his hair, and lived the last of his years kneeling beside strangers' beds whispering old sagas as though they were prayers. None could confirm. Kattegat no longer contested legends. Another arriving boat mentioned a small island where Hvitserk's name was remembered not as a brother of kings, but as a saint. A healer. A monk who never took orders formally, yet managed to nurse famine-weakened peasants back to life in a stone chapel with no crosses. The people did not know his story. Only that he muttered at night to names they didn't recognize, and that he wept when snow fell gently, always the first snow. Even King Alfred's name, once rung across councils and cathedrals, had softened into tissue, his laws codified, his face forgotten. What was once hard rule and vigilant diplomacy now sat encased in chapter and record, unread by most. England endured, yes, but not upon the edge of blade. Time turned empire into pages. No one feared backlashes anymore from Wessex or Francia. The battleship stayed moored too long to rot. The noble houses had grown more concerned with inheritance disputes and papal disputes than legends buried in northern fjords. What had once been terror, Vikings at the gate, was now child's play, performed on festival days with wooden swords and laughter painted in berry juice. Back in the golden settlement across the waves, seasons marked time more honestly than history books ever could. Spring brought the births. Summer, the unions. Autumn, the gathering and reflection. And winter was still the season for remembering. This is when the village would gather closer, when Torvi would sit at the heart of the hearths, speaking not much, but nodding while others told half-formed retellings of the saga she had lived through in skin and grief. Most missed the details. Some altered faces. She let them. Accuracy had never been the story's job. Only resonance. And once a year she walked alone to the hill. No one followed her. There she whispered each name out loud. Not shouted. Not sobbed. Just spoken, steady as the hills that hadn't moved since the wind first sculpted them. Jida. Aslaug. Lagertha. Helga. Siggy. Margreta. Frydis. Astrid. Judith. Gunhild. And all the others, wives and seers, children lost, brothers bitter, comrades forgotten in fever and smoke. She did not speak the names of gods. Only those of humans. Because in the end, those were the ones who made meaning. When Torvi died, it was quiet. Not alone. Her family near, hands wrapped gently at her sides. Before she closed her eyes, she asked them, "Do you hear it?" They did not. But still they answered, yes. She smiled. And then the wind. Kjetil's story never returned. No ship bore his echo. And no one had cried over it. His legacy lay swallowed far beyond the western trees. Not all who left carved their names deep enough for even loss to notice. Ub followed her months later, standing quietly beside the water, leaning forward enough to tip, his body swallowed gently as though the river had always kept a space for him, always waited without malice. His sons held no funeral. Instead, they built no monument, but scattered seed in the place where his boots last pressed dirt. And sometimes, when wind curled just right through the grain, villagers claimed they heard the clink of hidden oars. By then, the saga had ceased. Not because it ended, but because it had finally grown still. Some said this was what peace sounded like. Not silence, but the quiet after a voice has stopped speaking, and the listener, content, no longer needs to ask what came next. In the still hush of passing time, long past the thunder of oars and shield walls, in lands both foreign and familiar, faint outlines remained, like bone beneath earth, like a name half-scrawled in storm-damp parchment. The sagas had gone quiet, yet echoes gathered where stones remembered weight and trees whispered things never carried by pages. There would be those who insisted Ragnar's tale had ended, that the suns had scattered, the gods grown silent, and the people moved on. But truth rarely aligns with conclusion. Stories like theirs do not die. They soften, twist, fold inward. And sometimes, in places no season seeks to reach, they stir again. Far to the east, beneath skies colder and more withholding than even the wave-born gods once known to the Norse, snow refused to melt. Walls of stone huddled in mist. Towers pierced the skies like broken spears. And flame flickered behind narrow windows. The land of Rus, long inflammation of conflict and prophecy, breathed still, though less in war drums now and more in rituals private and strange. The power changed hands, the crowns crowned new bloodlines, but the foundation built by Oleg's cruelty and Ivar's caution still trembled beneath every attempt at sovereign rest. Ghosts do not unbuild the house, they simply dim the candles. Prince Igor rose slowly. Not in conquest. Not in song. But like winter, unnoticed until he was everywhere. He ruled not by fire, but by distance, hands rarely lifted, orders rarely spoken above necessity. His eyes, drawn back and hollow, held glints of teachers never forgotten. The scar left by Oleg remained, but within it, deeper still, bloomed something else. Ivar had left more than rebellion. He had taught the boy how to wait. The court now spoke in whispers of a prince who gazed west with strange opaqueness, who kept an old Norse trinket beside his throne. Some swear it was carved by Floki's hand, others say it once dangled from Ivar's chariot, a blade figure with broken limbs, twisted arms, and one single staring eye. He never explained its presence, and those who asked were never welcome to do so twice. In the corners of sacred halls and crossroads now forgotten to most maps, other names drifted in frost. Dir, once the betrayed, long-beaten uncle, hovered through the council spaces like a shade who never sought light. Some believed he had died. Others saw him behind windows just out of reach. Either way, the fear he once commanded no longer lived in the eyes of Russia's people. They were weary now of men who conquered by blade. They had endured too many stories already. Their future no longer called for steel, but silence. And back west, much farther, beyond rivers more familiar, along the edge of what had once been Mercia, Judith's blood still ran, filtered through spine-like children and rain-bearing names. But the fire that once burned beneath her, tight-strung ambition folded into the calculus of survival, no longer shouted her lineage. Her son Alfred had died with dignity, but that too had stilled his echo. He had not been replaced by conquerors, but by reformers, men who ruled through policy and parchment. Christ remained. But no longer did he march beside bishops carrying spiked maces. His voice softened into doctrine's comfort. The last battles had taught both sides of faith and sword that survival did not name victors. Among the valleys and rolling green of that land, a river still carried an ancient truth. There, on a certain bank, stood a tree that no one cut. Carved in its bark, faded down almost to invisibility by centuries of sun and rain, remained a symbol, a carved raven, wings arched, one talon forward. No one in the villages on either side remembered who bore the mark. But parents warned children never to sleep beneath its branches. Some said it was lucky. Others claimed to have dreamt of burning ships after touching its trunk. In those same isles, the name Athelstan returned to lips not as prince, nor monk, nor apostate, but as parable. A quiet thinker. A man caught between gods. His writings, fragments mostly, scratched into the margins of larger ecclesiastical texts, were found by a novice monk during the reign of a later king. The young scribe copied the words, not knowing who the author truly was, only sensing that the person who'd written them knew both heaven and earth in a way most forget to. And so, Athelstan, the man who died between two worlds, lived on as footnotes in texts about none. Kattegat did not fall. But it shifted, year by year, into something else entirely. The town became more windswept than battle-wrapped now. Stone replaced wood. Trade monopolized where raiding once reigned. A new council emerged, not led by kings or jarls but elected heads of family lines. Markets flourished. Mercenaries stood near docks not to prepare longships for conquest, but to ensure traders paid tribute. The Great Hall stood still in the center, though no longer a throne room. Its fires lit community discussions, not declarations of vengeance. Travelers came through not to swear loyalty, but to offer goods. And upstairs, in one drafty chamber, an aged storyteller lived, kept warm by the town in exchange for passing along lore almost no one remembered firsthand. She told the old stories often, but rarely twice in the same way. Sometimes Ragnar was bolder. Sometimes Lagertha was more silent. Sometimes Evod died redeemed, sometimes feral. And always, by the end, she would peer off to where the sea blurred into the horizon and say little more than, "But they never came home, not really." The seer's old hut crumbled after a storm no one bothered to name. Children kicked stones down from its moss-rotted roof. No one knew the bones below, or who buried them. But sometimes, the same children dreamed of a man with no eyes who whispered caution in riddles. Parents blamed fever. But fever does not always linger on the full moon. Abuntorvi's descendants, if traced gently enough, still walked the earth. Some in the eastern settlements, some among the maple-colored forests of the Golden Land, others dockworkers who had strayed back toward Kattegat over unimaginable tides of time. They no longer needed the saga to explain themselves, but the bloodline never fully forgot how to listen for waves as if they once obeyed them. Out in the place where Floki first beheld what he believed to be Asgard, the settlement too had shifted. The colony had grown, collapsed, rebuilt, shifted, and now stood not as a monument, but as a mystery. It had been taken over by others, those who neither knew Floki nor believed in his gods. But one post remained, a tall figure carved from driftwood, shaped like neither man nor god, arms out in benediction, left eye chipped. No one there remembered who placed it. But on stormy nights, when lightning struck the sea's edge, it was said he leaned forward, just enough to listen. The arrival of true peace across all lands did not come with harmony. Peace, after all, is not balance. It is memory that forgets to clench. Men no longer died for Odin nor Christ, for Ragnar nor Alfred. They died of old age, or sickness modest enough for comfort. Fields were sown first with frost, then hope. In the end, the name Viking thinned from portrayal. It became an idea folded into tapestries of trade museums and genealogies. Reenactors in distant islands mimicked the movements of swords they couldn't wield. Plays were written, books sold, and translations softened the edges of the pain. But the saga? It does not soften. It crouches, still, ready to rise. Not in flames this time, but in the breath between final words. Still pressing forward. Still listening. Still waiting. In time, even waiting becomes its own kind of silence. And silence, when carried long enough, stops echoing. By the 16th wind of this tale, the saga no longer walked with wide steps, nor demanded the sea stake claims in crimson foam, yet it endured, growing quieter not from frailty, but from weight. For everything lived, carried this story now. Not just in memory, but in movement, in habit, in breath alone. The world pressed on, not toward destiny, but the gentle forgetting that follows after destiny has passed. In the colder seasons, Kattegat once again knew snow, but not the kind to freeze bodies beneath rotted shields. This snow came soft, laying gentle coats on market stalls, on carved stone, on the high corner of what was once Lagertha's hall. It fell without threat. It buried no kings. Children rolled through it laughing in loops. A statue of Ragnar stood now near the harbour, affixed on a stone plinth. No armour on him. No axe. Only a farmer's gaze, eyes fixed toward the open sea. No one doubted what they were meant to remember, but few could answer who first placed it there. And fewer still asked why. The townsfolk spoke less, now, of legacy. They lived in a settlement not of swords, but of thread and salt. They mended nets. They scraped ice from the beams. They cooled their breath on mugs of gruel thicker than thought. At night, some still prayed, to the All-Father, to the Christ God, to mothers and wives who died beneath quieter losses. Others prayed to no one and found peace still. A handful of wanderers, a rare few born with wandering in their bones, walked between the frozen graves and statues, murmuring names into the air like incantations: Bjorn, Ivo, Siggy, Helga, Ab, Floki. But no one came when they called. That time had passed. And time, once passed fully, cannot hear. In the far west, in the land once stained golden by the light of stranger shores, the settlement still breathed. The newer generations, those born of both northern and native blood, spoke a tongue different from either. A mixed speech, tempered in years, shaped by gesture and fire sharing. They built their homes wide and low to the earth. Hunting was communal. Marriage was fluid. Gods were remembered, but no longer feared. Offerings placed gently on stones for spirits who neither punished nor disappeared. Men aged in peace. Women bore names after stars, not kings. One girl, bright-eyed and flax-haired, once found a carved wooden trinket in the underbrush behind a stream where otters slept. It was simple, a raven with bent wings and deep-scored eyes. It had no meaning for her, only comfort. She wore it on a string, and when asked about it, she always said, "It listens when no one else does." She never knew who carved it. But she kept it longer than her own name. Torvi's grave, marked with a curled shell and the finger bones of a small crab, sat beneath the sloped hill east of the longhouse. Children often napped there, drawn by the warmth cast off the fieldstone. No cries echoed there. Only birdsong. And on cold mornings, when the sea pulled mist like a blanket over the reeds, those who passed the rise said you could almost hear laughter, low, rusty, like a woman's throat not quite fully rested. No new longships were built. The designs were remembered in chore songs and winter tales, but their hulls no longer cut water. The ones that hadn't rotted were embedded in the ground, turned upside down to serve as roofs for toolsheds, barns, shrines. Lions made of cedar. Dragons made of copper wire. Their proud shapes now bent for crops and shelter. No mockery. Just function outliving myth. And yet, still, strange signs occurred. A dream among three, shared on the same night, each bearing the outline of a man missing one hand, with crows wrapped around his shoulders, standing in a tree that burned but did not fall. A newborn found nestled in a seal's hollow only days after a storm ripped the docks apart, alive, sleeping, with one eye bright blue and the other clouded. A voice heard in the woodline saying not yet, though all the hunters swore no one followed them. These things were written in the village's record hut, scratched into the pages kept not for history, but for noticing. Not one was dismissed. But neither were they explained. Among the Rus, The name Ragnar was adopted by one of two new churches as a parable, not a man, but an idea. A lesson on the cost of pride and mercy, or on the burden of knowing the gods too well. A teacher spoke his name at a sermon once and claimed he had faith in everything, even when there was nothing to earn it. Those who had known war stirred at that line. Their fingers clenched. For faith that earns nothing? That, they understood. The bishops knew not that the figure they had folded neatly into scripture once screamed in snake pits, defiant even as venom-kissed bone. They wrapped him in metaphor. His children, they declared, had vanished into repentance. But outside the walls, elders still remembered how Eva's eyes had looked not with mercy, but with clarity, cliffs untouched by sun, immovable. They whispered his name cautiously. Not out of fear, but out of respect for silence that once ruled the battlefield. The monks wrote, but quietly. And in Kattegat, the storyteller in the old hall passed away in sleep, curled beneath a sheepskin pauldron stiffer than the bed it covered. Her last words, whispered to no one, had been, "We never left the sea. It left us." No one replaced her. There was no need. Because in her absence, stories held. They were told now in smaller ways. In the way a man helped mend a boat's sail while thunder rolled, humming verses that once accompanied the rowing of 1,000 ships. In the way a woman braided her daughter's hair one strand at a time, saying, "You do this before every battle, even the ones you don't see." In the way a stranger, arriving in hunger, was given soup before question, not because they were kin, but because once, long ago, a monk had eaten fish inside a pagan hut and no one had stopped him. And so, too, did the voices of Lagertha, of Athelstan, of Egil and Jida and Aslog lean against the door frames of the present, waiting to be remembered not with shrines and smoke, but with quiet continuation. Peace, as it were, had never truly been peace. It was simply the end of remembering too loudly. Now, only those who needed certain names felt them alive, the way one feels their mother while standing in an empty house, or hears their father's words in the way snow lands heavy on old branches. Ragnar's line persisted. Not by sword. Not by land. But by pattern. The pattern of urging the new forward. Even when it scared. Even when it meant losing everything. The story was still being told. But softer now. Quieter than wind. And therefore, closer to the gods. There are moments, faint and infrequent, when stories seem to pause, not in conclusion, but in preparation. After ascents come echoes, and even those echoes have lull. The world that once roared beneath Ragnar's fire, that spat blood across battlefields and forged kings in the steel of fathers' bones, had now dimmed to a murmur. But that murmur was not silence. It was heartbeat. Distant, soft, enduring. And in that low rhythm, under snow heavier than memory and sky paler than grief, another turn of the saga stirred. Not revived, but remembered. In Kattegat, the changing of seasons no longer brought war. It brought fog in the morning, markets in the afternoon, and oil lamps lit inside homes still roofed in the timbers of greater days. Children ran hushed through winter mist, bundled against wind not from what ravaged their ancestors, but just the ordinary cold of time. Elders remembered war more vividly than those who wrote it. And those who wrote it remembered only in metaphor. The gods wore softer features now. And yet, out in the distant ridges along the fjords, in the wild bones of unclaimed land, the rhythm broke. A small band departed from the edge of civilization, cloaked in silence, carrying steel made not for show, but for substance. The leader of this quiet group was a woman, older than the new guards who too often mistook structure for safety. Her name spoken low in markets, her footsteps unknown to the common folk, she had grown among sagas but seen no place in their telling. Her people hailed her not a skald nor queen. She was something finer. One who remembered and carried the weight that others couldn't. Her destination, not conquest, not land, but loss. To find what remained of those who chose exile over comfort. Of those who vanished not from fear, but purpose. Men and women who, like Floki, had walked past the last story into the wilderness. Who perhaps still breathed in places even maps hesitated to name. Voices from the in-between. The journey began where the sea first told stories, in ice-cracked silence, long fields, and mountains bisected by gods long stopped from answering. The quiet gathered, thicker than snow. Along cliff paths worn to sinew, they passed old carvings, half-faded images of wolves hunting moons, of Odin handing his eye to flame, of faceless warriors among trees. And beneath one arching overhang, drawn in soot and blood on a stone now weather-washed to near invisibility, the word clack remained etched. One of the final battlegrounds. The place where brothers broke not against enemies, but each other. The wind howled louder near clack. Here the bones of a battle not spoken aloud were buried beneath the soil, stones broken not by time, but by fibre-thick fury. And in this place of ghosts, the woman knelt, placed her hands to soil, and whispered no spell. Only, did they find what they were looking for? No answer came. But her fingers touched something that hadn't been stone. A shard. Iron. No glint. Just feel. Still warm, somehow, from hands long underground. Further on, deeper into the forest now swallowed by mist-thin trees, they found what they hadn't dared hope still stood, a longhouse. Deteriorated. Sagging. But upright. Footprints marked mudded earth. Not ancient ones. New. Bare and wide. They advanced not with weapon, but with offering, sprigs of herbs, strips of fish leather, horn cups filled with barley mead. Each laid at the threshold. And they waited. At dusk, a figure emerged. Bent. Cloaked. Wrapped in layers that carried no crest, only wear. And from beneath the hood came not fear, nor welcome. Only a murmured, spoken out breath, go. There's nothing left. But they stayed. The fire was shared from distance. The man, old, blank-eyed, touched none of the food. But his hands, resting on his knees, bore rings older than law. One of those rings, unmistakably Bjorn's, a gift passed by kin, worn now by someone unclaimed. And as night fell, more figures came from trees. Dirty. Quiet. Harmless in shape but not in gaze. These were not castaways. Not lost ones. They were those who had chosen silence so long ago, they had forgotten sound. They lived by task, chopping wood, weaving flax, tending goats left feral by time. They prayed not to any god, but to the day's shape. Most did not speak. But one did. A girl, barefoot, stern, the daughter of someone once touched by Eva's hands, said plainly, "We remember all of them. We just choose not to say the names." A small fire was built. Enough for warmth, not gathering. The travelers rested nearby. But that night, dreaming came thick. Each of them, in their sleep, saw the same face. Not Ragnar. Not Lagertha. Not even Odin. It was Jida. Not as child nor maiden. Just as light. When morning broke, none said it aloud. But they did not return home. The woman remained, quieted beside those who dwell beyond war. All who came with her made camp, not with purpose to change, but to observe. In Kattegat, news did not return. And that became part of the saga as well. Many years later, a scholar copying records inside one of Alfred's transformed abbeys found a passage, incomplete, in harsh northern scratchings. It read, "And when all the sons were ashes, and all the daughters grew silent, it was in the trees that the gods remade their whispering." No attribution. No date. And yet, in the same year, a child was born to a couple in Francia who swore the leaf that fell on his brow when he first screamed bore the shape of a raven. In Iceland, a fire broke heavenward inside a mountain long for to sleep. In a northern colony, wolves were seen circling their own prints for 3 days with no food nor track, only pattern. And back west, beyond sight, beyond smoke, beyond every field that once trembled, small hands still carved wood beside the fires. Some in the shape of boats. Others in the shape of gods. And a few, quietest of all, in the shape of faces that had never been forgotten. Even if no one dared speak them. The world rolled forward, indifferent to legend. Kingdoms rose and fell, played their parts in the new plays of border and coin, forgetting the weight of bone buried beneath treaty lines. And yet the earth kept record in silence. The fjords bore witness, still shaped by tide and time, their cliffs unchanged, unmoved by thrones or loss. Upon those waters, reflection still sometimes held shapes not present in body. A trick of light, perhaps. Or memory, awoken. In distant corners of Wessex, Alfred's lineage spread politely through bureaucratic rivulets of order. Parchments replaced prophecy. The blackened blade of war passed finally beneath the edge of table and ink. England bloomed, not with peace, but with predictability. And in that, comfort. The stories of the Norse, the raids, the fire-faced gods and the blood-stained soaking prayer books, all of it was placed slowly into neat categories, faded pages in curated abbey libraries. But no binding can hold what refuses to be told only once. There lingered a place, a grove near the edge of the highlands, thick with fog even in summer, where an old man spoke the names of those lost before eating each morning. Villagers brought him food. In exchange, he whispered stories older than his beard. Few believed him. Fewer cared. But the names, they never changed. South of him, where the forest gave way to bogland, a stone persisted. Not marked, not graven, but shaped unnaturally by time and heat, as if blessed or cursed by fire itself. Children walking near it always cried. Livestock would not graze nearby. Peasants said it was where a man once fell without screaming, his legs shattered, but his silence louder than heaven. Evil. The name still made the wind duck in certain parts of the coast. Years passed. Then decades. Those who remembered slowly forgot. Not out of disrespect, but because mortal memory is tethered to breath. And none live long enough to carry a saga whole. So the tale frayed, one thread to Harold's last march, another to Fitzurk's unknown grave beneath church shadow, another still, fainter, to Torvi's hands knitting beside a fire that no longer glows. But in the soil of the new land, where Ub and Floki once drank from rivers unnamed by kings, a new carving began. A shape, not of blood and weapon, but of soil, sky, and song passed mouth to mouth. People walked in shadows too far from England to be taxed, too far from Norway to be summoned. They built from the sagas by instinct, not reverence. They called no man Jarl. They called no god only by one name. An elder in this place, a descendant perhaps, by blood or merely spirit, gathered children into circles and told them not how Ragnar died, but how he looked over his shoulder as the sea took him. The children asked who threw him in. The elder said, no one. He went willingly. They did not fully understand. Nor were they meant to. Further west still, across mountains tinged red by mineral winds, others wandered alone, searching not for gold or land, but for silence. One of these men, hoisted by tired feet and clinging to a staff shaped like Yggdrasil's broken branch, bore moths stitched into his cloak. He did not speak for years. But when he finally did, to a farmer's daughter offering a cup of water, he said, "The gods once walked among us. But they grew tired. So they left their names in the dirt." No one questioned him. He vanished before dawn. Time had not stopped. It had only begun to circle. In Kattegat, frost clung over the market roofs again. A winter heavier than those before it. Trawlers pulled nets with less joy than previous years. The fish came slower. Some said the sea was bored. Others claimed the old gods had stopped pretending they were done. And from the far north, where winds froze not just flesh but thought, word reached the coast of lights dancing wrong over mountaintops, shapes seen against clouds that did not resemble stars. A raven-shaped formation drifted above a hunter's camp for 3 nights before vanishing with the dawn. No rain followed. But every deer disappeared for a fortnight. The whispers returned. Not of kings, but of presence. A captainless ship washed ashore beneath brittle icicles, its sail tattered into runic knots that no one could read. No crew. Only a single spear, embedded in the helm, wrapped in child's leather. No names inside. Just a symbol, a coiled serpent curling into its own eye. A merchant saw it and wept for reasons he could not explain. In Rus, Prince Igor's heir sat on the throne, courteous and sharpened by tutor and peace. But behind his chambers, in the part of the castle reserved for relics, a locked trunk remained unopened, its iron hinges untarnished. The prince respected tradition. He climbed no steps without first bowing. But he never entered that chamber alone. They said his father had spoken to someone inside it for years. That voices answered. Voices not human. Not anymore. And in an unmarked valley far from map or fire, 2 figures stood beside a mound, not lovers, not brothers, not enemies. Only recognizers. Their weapons were rusted, but their eyes were clear. One of them said, "This is where the last war should have happened." The other replied, "It did." And neither said more. Eventually, they turned, and the wind carried their footprints away. In Francia, a chapel rose above ruins. The priest consecrated the ground with great celebration, unaware that beneath stone and foundation lay bones once crushed under a siege waged by men who carved war into ceremony. Ragnar's sons had spilled prayer there once. No plaque named them. But on particularly cold nights, the bells refused to ring, bound by what one old monk called the teeth of unspoken memory. Thus, it spread again. Not as rage. Not as legacy seeking ownership. But as vibration. A pulse in the back of the world. The tale did not return. It unfolded from within. A woman spinning wool in Hedabai sang fragments passed from her mother. Melody forgotten. Words untranslatable. but the cadence struck something in her spine and brought tears as she worked. She did not know why. She only knew it mattered. In a far eastern port, a blacksmith folded a sword for no one. A blade with no request. The hilt bore no crest. Only circles, 7 of them. When asked its name, he shrugged, saying only, for the one who finds it. And in Kattegat again, behind the harbour, beneath fieldstone buried under 8 generations of dirt and forgetfulness, archaeologists uncovered a wheel, a carved disc of wood wound in dried sealskin and tools for measuring the sun. Floki's sun compass. Preserved. It was dated. Catalogued. But not explained. The museum placed it in a case. Visitors passed it, fascinated by the craftsmanship, unaware of the hands that made it. Few read the placard. Even fewer paused. But sometimes, among the youngest, one would stand still, look long, and whisper, "Where do you point?" As if asking a compass built not for stars, but for endings. The wind caught the whisper, wrapped it around a snowflake, carried it into sea. No reply. But then again, none was needed. Not all things that vanish are lost. Some are simply waiting beneath dust or water, folded away like old letters too sacred to reread and too painful to burn. And there, in the deepening stillness of passing generations, the last layers of the saga waited, not to be discovered, but to be quietly set down. For a story to truly end, it must retreat first from the tongue, then from the hands, and lastly, from the need to be told at all. Across the storm-touched shores of the Golden Land, where soil met sea without resistance and the wind bore no allegiance to east or west, the descendants of wandering blood still tilled new fields. The village once guided by Ub and Torvi now moved in rhythm only the earth could mark. Days stretched not in episodes, but in persistence. Children named the trees, not after gods, but after the sounds they made when wind passed through their leaves. Some bore quiet affection for carved figures left unmarked by any priest or prayer. A boy born during the last harvest came into the world with his fists clenched and his eyes lunar pale. He did not cry until touched with salt water. When he did, the wind veered suddenly, turning a grove's quiet into a bloom of birds. No one mentioned it. But a woman later placed a small wooden boat in the roots of that grove in his name, whispering an apology for what she couldn't say. Near the village center stood a pole once used to hang lanterns during winter feasts. It had been there since the days of Floki and beyond. Still sturdy. Its base had grown moss. On some nights, villagers left offerings at its foot, not large, never elaborate. A fishbone, a dried flower, a stone with a hole. These gestures had no meaning written, but lineage was not always written. It was sometimes instinct. New stories replaced old ones. Tales of mountains that breathed, rivers that never froze, the creature that cried with 100 voices during eclipses. Yet even these new legends had blood in their bones, some ancestral echo, weak but persistent, that spoke of warriors broken not by blade, but by burden. These stories were not called Viking now. They were simply called before. In Kattegat, the bay froze unusually thick one winter. Ice layers split like old doors opening. Fishermen pulled sleds across to set traps and found themselves speaking softer than usual. Something about the cold held memory too tightly. Beneath the ice, carved into a sunken rock never before surfaced, was a wheel. Perfect. Bitten into by old iron rings, bearing symbols familiar but misaligned. The village elders consulted illustrations. debated meaning. A festival was proposed. It was declined. No one wanted to pretend to understand. Instead, they brought warm mead quietly to the edge of the water, set it down with a song passed down for generations. No one remembered the origin, but the third verse always ended with, "And he shall not return, for he already stands within us." Across the sea, the monastery once blessed by Alfred's calming gaze had been turned into a granary. The old chapel remained, its stained glass depicting saints no longer named in sermons. Yet on one pane, never acknowledged but never replaced, a red-cloaked figure was shown gazing at a raven mid-flight. Scholars could not decipher the saint's identity. Locals said it was a joke painted by a craftsman's apprentice. It hadn't weathered. It hadn't cracked. It simply watched. Further north, in a port town straddling the last claw of Norway's hand, a trader set out displays each Thursday. Among his ornaments, rings, carvings, beads of polished horn, stood a simple busted amulet, worn down to little more than a silhouette. Not rare, not valuable, but he refused to sell it. Some said it had belonged to a man named Rollo. Others said it had washed up near the arm of a fallen jarl swallowed by the tide before the dawn of the Christian age. The trader never explained. Simply said, "It knows the sea." In the mountains bordering the last reach of Frankish territories, a stone path overgrown with moss bore a single line of runes, inverted and near lost. Sigurd smiled when he shouldn't have. No one who passed knew who Sigurd had been. But the line earned a laugh more often than not. England, now stitched in language and line, bore little resemblance to the kingdom Alfred had once shielded with parchment and prayer. But in one forest, behind cathedral ruins that had become home to wild goats and medicinal moss, a meadow grew. At its center, a tree not taller than others, not older, just different. Its branches curled in pairs, as though in shield wall formation. Children called it the Seer's tree. No reason. Only that when the wind moved through its branches, it sounded like someone trying to speak without tongue. In the colony across the waves, the elders began to forget their ancestors' names. Not in neglect, but natural erosion. It softened the burden, smoothed grief into pattern. They kept no statues. When asked who founded their village, they would say, the ones who walked away from shouting. When storm destroyed one of the oldest homes built by Floki's own hand, no one mourned the loss. They saved what they could, sang while moving stones, and wiped nothing from the wood. The broken timber was used for new bridges. A girl born in that year claimed she dreamt of sailing the sea alone, and that her boat had a mast fashioned from a man's heartbeat, endless and slow. When asked who he was, she replied only, someone who wanted nothing. And near the westernmost cliff, where few walked and fewer built, a man buried a carved staff one morning, humming a dirge without melody. The staff bore ancient runes and smooth notches from decades of fingers closing around truths too fragile for voice. He pressed it deep into the soil, whispered, "You've carried us long enough." Then walked back without ceremony. No monument marked the place. No name, no shrine. But something, afterward, made birds no longer rest there. And in a canyon somewhere between East and Memory, two travelers found a cave lined in soot and walls scratched layer upon layer with marks neither fully pagan nor purely Christian. The only legible image bore 5 figures, one twisted-legged, one massive in chest, one crowned in snake-marked bands, one holding his hand open to the sea, the last shrouded. A 6th stood behind them all. Not drawn, but erased, as if it had once been there, and then was taken, not by time, but invitation. Across the Golden Land, rain came and healed burns from the last summer fire. And for the first time in remembered seasons, it came without thunder. And still, the sky turned. The stars held their ancient positions, unaware that names once screamed toward them had faded into colder winds. The gods, if they had ever truly walked among men, had long withdrawn their steps from the world. What remained, now, was the residue of belief, scattered like ash, redistributed through valley and fjord, relic and rain. The Golden Land, where clans had once arrived in search of legend, now wore its years in roots and rituals. The Old Norse way no longer claimed territory, but memory. Children planted trees on hills where ancestors slept, each tree left unmarked, meant only for the shade it might one day cast on shoulders yet unborn. Ceremonies blended, the feasts once held for Odin now beginning with a silence once offered to Christ, and ending in laughter unburdened by explanation. And though the names of Ragnar's children loosened their hold upon lips, their shape lived in other form. A village boy with one limp leg, who never grew bitter and instead carved birds from beechwood. A farm girl who raised her younger brothers after her parents vanished with spring's thaw, whose blade never dulled, yet never tasted blood. A weather-worn man who built boats only for rivers, whose laughter came too loud and never at the right time, his tools carved with runes he never defined, even when asked. They were not evil, Lagertha, Floki, but they carried the trace. Without story, without song, only in being. It was in this quiet culmination that Ub's great-granddaughter, now old enough to braid her own hair and carry water without spilling, climbed a steep hill that overlooked the village bays. From there, she could see the folds of the land curling out like resting dragons, green and slow-breathing. Her mother had told her the stories in fragments, never all at once, never with drama. Just pieces. This was where Ub saw the spirits. This was where Torvi planted fennel for the sick. Here is where they burned the last boat, not for death, but for rest. She spoke the names aloud once, in rhythm with the breeze. First her great-grandparents. Then others she only half remembered. Some names she invented. Some felt remembered in her bones, though no one had taught them. When she finished, she stood in silence. Then she said the last word she knew of the old tongue. Frid. Peace. And she walked back down the hill. In the east, the Rus clergy had long since sanctified every chamber touched by fire. The name of Oleg no longer held political weight, only religious oddity. Igor's reign was remembered fondly, though dim, remembered more for lack of cruelty than presence. His children moved into softer palaces, commissioning frescoes of their father seated beside unnamed visitors, a nod perhaps to ghosts, or to truths too intimate to inscribe with clarity. One of the stained glass depictions in the new Eastern chapel depicted a man with twisted legs and brilliant eyes interpreting dreams for a child on a throne. When questioned, the artist could produce no source. He simply said the image had come to him while fasting. Years later, portions of that chapel would collapse in fire caused by lightning. Only the glass survived, unbroken amidst the rubble. In Francia, Viking names were turned into street names. Decorative, convenient, empty of depth and weight. A man might buy a pasty beneath Rollo Square, never thinking of his heartbroken screams during the siege of Paris. A child might toss coins into Bjorn's fountain, unaware that no son of Ragnar had ever set foot in such a place. Does it diminish a life when its name shakes loose from the bones? Or is that release the greatest peace? In England, the integration of Saxon and Dane had long since produced a new people. The rituals of the past, beheadings, circles of stones for prophecy, became theatre. Yet the land stirred still in its deepest beds. Fields once raked by Ragnar's ash-hosted crops no longer haunted, but nourished. Churches where Athelstan once doubted began to crumble quietly, brick by devout brick, and yet the air inside them still felt warm. Balanced. Accepted. A monastery door carved over a century ago with a serpent entwining a wolf remains unscathed by weather, though the rest of the structure leans. No monk recalls why it is there, but none are eager to replace it. One quiet spring morning, on the edges of that same kingdom, a man wandered into town. Weathered, slow-moving, barefooted despite the chill. He bore no signs of wealth. Strapped to his waist was a roll of parchment, though damp and unreadable. He asked for no food. No shelter. Only a question. Have the gods returned yet? No one knew how to answer. He slept beneath the tree at the edge of the field and disappeared before the harvest came. In Kattegat, Kattegat still stood. And that fact alone baffled the world. It should have crumbled, been devoured by Roman greed or swallowed by Christian neutrality or dragged apart by feudal tithing. It had not. Smaller now, stranger now, its people spoke a half-dozen languages. The town hall now held not warriors, but potters, stonemasons, those selling glass baubles made to resemble graceful but sold without meaning. But once a year, an old song swept the bay. No one knew its origin. Barely a melody. It sounded mostly like breath. Like air in the lungs of the dead. Once, a sailor spoke to it. Whistled along. Said he felt a hand press against his chest and guide him home. When asked what it felt like, he said he didn't know. But he'd been forgiven for something. And at night fires, across settlements, where sagas were reduced to the pulse of drumskin and soft storytelling, no longer gory, no longer shouting, just echoes of skin against rhythm, children still asked for the name. Not the story. Just the name. Who began the story? And the answer, often spoken with a shrug, was still Ragnar. No one explained more. Because it was enough. Because the story no longer needed to end. Because it already had. Because you don't bury a sea. You move beside it. Forever listening for whatever tide it sends next. There is a line where story thins into breath, where history loosens from its form and floats, untethered, through the quiet matter of time. A story cannot hold its shape forever. Even the saga of Ragnar, the farmer whose dreams cracked open the spine of an era, had now fallen past that line. But something still moved beneath, like water beneath snow. It did not cry out. It didn't need to. The world had changed, but not enough to lose the shape of its beginnings entirely. And so it was that somewhere in distant valleys, where fires still burned low in the long-shadowed corners of maps, embers stirred. The name Eivor, long locked in silence, rose again, not as threat, not as omen, but as question. His stories had not vanished entirely. In small settlements, in the fringe lands smudged between kingdoms, he remained. To some, he was the man who could not walk but moved the world, to others, a divine punishment in human skin. But more than either, he was a pivot, someone who pulled the world in one direction only to leave it turning another. The boneless. A son of prophecy and paradox. His presence was seen, not heard. A crooked trail in the frost without footprints. A raven pressed into bark where no knife had passed. a girl born with no sensation in her legs who swam deeper than any child in her village dared to go. All strange coincidences when taken alone, meaningful when collected. There were whispers in riverside dwellings of a king's sword washing ashore, blade fused to its hilt, rusted not by salt water but by something deeper, time having curled it inwards, as if it had wept from the metal itself. Others saw twin serpents crossing paths beneath a full moon. One black, one pale. They did not fight. They simply passed through each other, and when morning came, the fields had grown roots in the shape of spirals. Vision returned, not as prophecy, but inheritance. In the lands that fell beneath Kattegat's shadow once, new settlers, distant from combat yet still drinking from its deeper wells, passed down carvings of faces that no one remembered clearly. One bore the sweeping curve of Lagertha's chin. Another, the hollow-cheeked stare of a man most likely Bjorn. And one wore no face at all. Only a void, rimmed by crows, with light pouring out its center. It was, they said, a figure who had never died. Or had died too often to stay buried. And beyond that, another figure was shaped by myth, small hands, clever eyes, and madness wrapped tight like a cloak of wood smoke. Floki. He now lived almost exclusively within stories, yet none agreed where his bones lay. Some said he wandered the edge of the world still, guiding the lonely places between faith and fog. Others said he folded into the land itself, and that when you heard laughter in the woods, sharp, mournful, uninvited, it was because you had walked near one of his resting places. His legacy was not carved in stone, nor guarded in flame, but hidden gently in the way fires flickered when no one stoked them, or when boats refused to sink in storms that would have drowned less favored hands. By this time, in far-off monasteries turned into learning cities, Alfred's name mirrored itself endlessly in lineage. No longer a man, nor even a king, just a point in a tree that led to other points. The man who was once raped of sleep by visions and responsibility now existed in quiet. School children recited his laws. Historians debated his letters. His peace lived longer than his person. But deep within English root speak, still muttered in the countryside like spells meant not to summon but to hold back, a chant remained, Evil died with open eyes. The phrase's meaning was unknown to those speaking it. They only knew you said it when a child seemed too old too soon, or when lightning struck in clear sky. Fear softened it. Reverence faded it. But it clung. Vitzerk, too, returned. Not as man, nor tale, but shape. A cathedral wall in a borderland town half-Danish bore murals of a kneeling monk with Norse tattoos, tending to orphans in the wake of plague. Different names were credited through the years. But all shared one figure, a man both haunted and haunting. Some claimed the original draft of the mural bore no cross. Only a pair of burning eyes above the man's shoulder, later painted over. In the Golden Land, the people aged. The tales of Ub and Torvi softened as each generation passed, brushed clean of blood and decisions heavy with finality. Funerals were not grand. Burial mounds gave way to river stones, laid flat in streams with the names carved on their undersides, so flowing water would read what men no longer could. One of the girls, born great green-eyed and wide in wrist and heart, built canoe-shaped cairns for those who died, filling the base with soil, not ash. She said when her time came, to send her to the new world again, though no one dared ask what she meant. When she died, it rained for a week. Crows lined the barn roof each morning. Then, one by one, they flew east. Far, far beyond her village, near the old edge of the world, scholars discovered torn manuscripts unearthed during a church's reconstruction. Among them was a page, incomplete, detailing in Latin and broken Norse a dream had by a great king's bastard. The dream showed a great pit, a wheel above it, and a serpent devouring the sky. No names. No places. Just the phrase, "He wept not for the gods, but for their silence." And perhaps it was silence that spoke most clearly in those final echoing years. The kind Lagertha had sought in her last days, buried beneath villages still unsure how to house peace. The kind Athelstan had touched, trembling between two gods, neither of whom answered. The kind Bjorn had ridden into in his final hour, sword drawn, body broken, still standing. Their silence now became the world's hum. One with the creak of boats unused for decades, still tied to docks watched by no one. One with the sigh of wood floors in longhouses that hadn't known stories in years. One with fires left to burn themselves down, unbothered, unconsecrated. No need for gods here anymore. Only the shape they left, an absence so deep the world had to grow around it. A boy was born beneath a midnight sky filled with a crackling curtain of green and blue. His mother said no name upon his birth, only breathed into his ear one word she'd heard in a dream, Dionside. She didn't know why, and never spoke it again. In his 6th year, he drew a longship in the dirt, and asked no one for help. And then, at last, all things came to the edge where even memory starts to tremble. Where the weight of story grows too heavy to be carried forward, yet too sacred to leave behind. This was not an ending in war, nor in triumph. No martial thunder cracked the sky, no gods descended through veils of ash to light the final pyres. There was no last shield wall, no frenzied scream or thudding climax. Instead, it arrived with the same quiet that followed Lagertha's final breath, Ragnar's sinking silence in the pit, the hush in Kattegat after Bjorn's last ride. Fate, having circled this long, no longer needed thunder. It needed stillness. But stillness, like all truth, was gained only after one last tremor. The final war bloomed like rot rather than fire. It did not rally kingdoms. It did not wave banners or invite songs. It began along the borders of breath, growing in grief-fed soil, fed by unrest and longing too long caged. Ivar's death had not closed the chapter. It had pressed a thumbprint into the narrative, deep and unhealed. In England, Alfred's descendants fought over trifles, tracts of land, arguments in doctrine, slow bruises turned civil fractures. Peace had planted itself, but war remembered the path toward fertile ground. Outside of Winchester, a conflict sparked beneath thin cloud cover, petty, provincial, forgettable to kings, but to the earth, it felt familiar. Across the water, on the grave-soaked coastlines where Norse longships once skinned the sea with claws of war, a quiet figure returned. He was not announced, not recognized, not even wholly believed. But people noticed. Some claimed he bore the face of Vitserk, but older still, worn opaque by years adrift. Others insisted he was Ivar, returned, though how, none could say. His skin bore ink so faded it looked like veins. He walked unaided, though his back remained crooked. He said nothing of gods, nothing of blood. Only ever asked for simple things, a spot near the fire, a smaller portion of meat, silence at dusk. It was this man who stood beneath the Seer's shattered hut and sat in the ruin for a full day. He buried a bone fragment there, whose it was, he hadn't explained. But every dog in the village howled that night. Elsewhere, a trader struck a vein of silver beside a cliff top, near where Ub was said to have buried his spear. The trader grew rich, then mad, then quiet. Eventually, he melted what silver he had into one long, curved blade and wandered into the salt plains. His bones were never found, but the blade was planted upright in a seal carcass facing west. He left no inscription, only a piece of woven cord tied around the grip. And from the north, a ship appeared, not sleek, not proud, but stubborn. Its sails stitched from old sails, bearing marks not in ink or dye, but in patterns burned into cloth. It carried no crew at first glance, but it moored at dawn, just beneath the edge of the new Kattegat, where the shore met civilization like two strangers stuck in formal company. Children found it, empty but dry, and beneath its boards, carved in the base by some fever-numbed hand, was a name. Ragnar. No title. No fatherhood. No god. No farm. Just the name. Unearthed. Final. From this moment, unease crept into the bones of old settlements. The storytellers began to speak again. Their corners grew crowded, their fires hot. Scholars dug deeper, not because they believed, but because doubt had returned to taste the air. And with doubt, faith followed. At the westmost shrine in a sanctuary built from surviving fragments of a dozen cultures, half runestone, half chapel, there came a storm. A true one. Not metaphor. Lightning struck the altar and split it clean. From its wound, water gushed. Fresh, cold, clear. No flood. No omen. Just water pouring from stone as though memory itself had finally spilt over. The villagers drank from it. Some called it blessed. Others called it proof that even silence must give way. And after the storm, a boy followed crow tracks to the forest's edge and uncovered a skeleton posed upright, legs crossed, jaw open, hands resting on its lap as if in meditation. The bones wore threads of fur over the wrist. Next to them, wrapped in leather, a compass. Flow keys. Or one modeled after it. Still pointing, not north, but east. They buried it, quietly. During the night, an elder, a woman named Asa, descended from no one of note, lit a torch for the first time in years and walked through the center of the village yelling names she'd only heard in dreams. Aslog. Helga. Harbard. Arngay. Edu. She sobbed as she spoke them. Not from grief, but from understanding. When the torch burned out, she slept where she'd stood. And died beneath that sleep, soundlessly. The fire she lit never spread. But it glowed for 3 nights. In the last true walk of the saga, one final convergence took shape. Not orchestrated. Not summoned. Not even, strictly speaking, seen. But across multiple places, in carved forests, in temple basements, in tundra halls filled with snow, eyes lifted. Simultaneously. And the winds, those same winds that had once carried Ragnar's breath across oceans and twisted within the lungs of men like prophecy, turned. They blew east, then south. Then died. The sky cleared. And across the hushed land, one raven flew a perfect circle above each of the known shores. It did not cry. It only observed. When it vanished, the sky caved deeper into stars, and men began to forget even what they were forgetting. The saga, then, did not end with a battle. There was no climactic duel. No last throne claimed. No final death to anchor the tale. Instead, it unraveled itself willingly, letting each word, each heartbroken vow, each victorious whisper dissolve into dirt, grain, water, story, air. Like a tide pulling back into itself. And one by one, the names went with it. Erased gently, as all sacred things are. But those who listened closely, those who stood very still, said that on the windless nights, just before snow falls, just after embers crack, if you say them all in the order they came, the world will stop moving for a second. Not forever. Just long enough to remember. There comes a moment in all stories, especially the ones told for too long, when they stop unfolding and begin retreating back into themselves. As if all the names, all the moments, all the blood offered and received, had swollen too large, too bright, and the fires needed to pull inward again lest they burn the world clean. The saga of the Northmen, of the sons and daughters of warriors, seers, kings, and hall-bound myths, did not conclude. It receded. Slowly. As tides do after high storm. Unhurried, but irreversible. Across the sea, where east had once been a promise and west a fracture, the lands dulled into softer bruises. Kingdoms ceased to strain against one another. The names once etched in fire and iron had become decoration, symbols beyond translation. Cemetery stones with cracks splitting through every carved rune. Ceremonial runes worn like trinkets at midsummer festivals by people bowing now to rhythm and art instead of battle and blood. And in the heart of it, of what still breathed in England of fields and Norse memory, stood the final shape of the broken saga, Hvitserk. Not alert. Not ruling. Not even entirely awake. A man constructed of memory, of ashes, and of noise long fallen silent. Those who knew of his final surrender in Wessex said that he had taken no communion, claimed no penance. He only Saturday. Alive, barely, with silence clung around him like fog refusing to lift. He had survived them all. Not because of strength, nor blessings, but because he had carried the chaos longer. There, in the shadow of once violent halls, he took the name Athelstan. Not as homage, but as weight. It balanced him. Flawed for flawed. Torn for torn. A man crucified not to wood or iron, but to lineage, and still breathing. They gave him a cell. Not caged, but closed. A small round room atop a chapel-turned-side room library, where saints' names rubbed shoulders with whitening scrolls describing trials of prophecy and kingship. Every evening he walked the same pattern, from the bench to the window to the floor to the bench. His hands twitched at night. The whispers around him were not cruel. They were reverent in that peculiar way people speak of relics or storms. The monks weren't sure if he was mad, or simply alone somewhere they couldn't reach. Each week he received bread, water, parchment. He never ate in front of anyone. He never wrote. Until the final day. The page they later discovered bore no address, no title, no appeal to gods or kin. It read, "We had to burn the tree, because we never learned how to climb it." No one ever discovered what it meant. But the following morning, Hvitserk was gone. No blood. No trail. No door disturbed. Only a single raven feather left on the floor where he had last stood, slightly curled, black with a faint oil shimmer. The monks sealed the room, turned it to storage. They did not revisit the name. Not out of fear. Only reverence. And in Norway, where Kattegat still pulled wind through its docks and mounted fish bones alongside its sailcloths, the harbour suddenly faced east instead of west. Not truly. but the tide had shifted without explanation. The elders said it signaled realignment, that perhaps the last echo of the war-bound days had buried itself in the sand, and now the land could finally tilt toward peace without war rising to meet it. In the markets, nothing changed. But the dogs barked less at shadows. The north had no more suns to cast long spells of revenge upon the world. The sons had returned to soil, or shadow, or sea. The daughters had softened their braids, raised children, passed down sickness and ballads, but no longer vengeance. The lineage was not broken. It had simply chosen stillness. And still, the world remembered. A kingdom in the cold holds a celebration now, each decade, simply titled Draka, symbolic reenactments in the fjords, where no one uses real weapons, and the flame-lit boats stay close to the shore. The younger ones know the name Ragnar. They shout it with painted faces. Laugh as they crash wooden staves together. They talk of dragons, of shields, of gods. But they cannot hear the true weight of the wind when it cries these names. They do not hear how softly it says Lagertha, how quietly it says Helga, how bitterly it whispers a slorg. And in Wessex, an old bishop recorded visions he'd had after a long illness, dreams of a blond man walking barefoot over broken stones, humming a tune that sounded like war slowed by time, and occasionally laughing. The bishop described him as the last to believe in anything. When asked if it was a saint, the bishop said, no. This one had seen gods die, and walked away still whole. Somewhere across the Atlantic, in a place now folded into ranch land and industry, a child still draws boats with curved animal heads at their prow, long, thin things aligned in the margins of math books, without ever having heard the term longship. And near a river known only to a handful, Ub's last stone settles further into the mud. The carving on it, once bold, now shadowed by moss, bears no feats, no declarations. Only a woman and man seated side by side facing a horizon no one could see when it was drawn. Torvi's reflection. His final piece. The saga had never belonged to kings or victors, nor to gods whose altars now rot in museum curios. It had always belonged to those who bore it forward one breath at a time. And now the breath had quieted. Not lost. Only spent. The story was finished. Not by death, nor by defeat, but by the gentle closing of hands that had, for too long, held blades. Still, far from the last cradle of stone, where ocean meets cliff without compromise, and fog rolls endlessly without direction, there is said to be a hall. Not grand, not gilded, a hollow of elder wood tucked into the mouth of a cave, ever lit from within by a fire that never blackens the air. Around it sit 7 figures. They do not speak. They do not age. Their hands rest on knees, folded or open, wrapped in bandages of things long healed. Some say they wait. Others claim the hall never truly existed. Only appears when the story is ready to speak again. But none who claim these tales know one thing. Outside the hall, carved into the door frame, there is no writing. Only one mark. The dent left by a farmer's fist. Opening the world. Sometimes a story's final shape is not found in its ending but in its afterlife, the soft trail behind the tide, the groove left in sand where something immense once passed through. So it was with the tale of Ragnar and those who wandered in his wake. Not finished, not undone. Simply carried forward beneath newer rains, quieter skies, and the forgetfulness of peace. Across distant stretches of land no longer bound by map or name, the last hearts of this voice remained. They did not call themselves by the old terms. They did not sing chants to Odin in thunder or sharpen sticks into gods. But what had begun as conquest and chaos now took the slow shape of memory etched not into stone, but into the way lives were lived. There was no monument to Ub in the wide-leafed valleys where he had drawn breath in his old age, nor marker for Torvi, though her stories were passed mouth to mouth still, of a woman who kept faith without needing names for her gods, who fought not because she was brave, but because she loved too much not to. Each generation after spoke her name with less explanation, trusting that the memory carried deeper than mere news of survival. It wasn't about what she had done, but who she had endured, and what had endured because of her. In the hills overlooking the wide-mouthed rivers where Floki once spoke to earth and sky as if they were old lovers, a new faith flowered, one without scripture, one without wrath. It had no name. It required no temple. At its center was a simple fire, and those seated around it made no declarations. They listened. They let the flame speak. The children called it telling silence, and they would sit for long spans before sleep, waiting for something only their eyes could see. Mothers taught rope-making alongside stories. Fathers fished knowing which parts of the net to mend, not because they had been told, but because a voice beneath the water had whispered it once, hundreds of years ago, to a man lost and willing enough to hear. That whisper had lingered. Behavior ceased to be ritual and became rhythm. Way of being, not performance of belief. Ragnar had once dreamed of this when he was still just a man of earth-stained hands and too much sky behind his eyes. On a plateau that once saw a burial mound, the details of whose funeral had long faded, a tower crudely built from stacked stone and timber stood against the sky. Its design was without logic. Circular but incomplete. Some called it the Seer's Tower. No one remembered climbing it. But once a year, children would leave bundles of sticks at its base, tied with wool. They didn't call it offering. Just something for the watchers. In England, now paved smooth and striped in conquest redrawn by time, fields still bore fruit in gridded geometry. Crops rotated. Taxes came and went. And in the corner of a forgotten field in what was once Mercia, a plough overturned something dull and gold-brown. Not coin. Not weapon. A brooch carved in the shape of a star broken at 3 points, its fastening still strong. Beneath it, wrapped in earth-cured leather, was a shard of bone. Too small for a limb. Perhaps finger. Perhaps not human. The farmer who uncovered it gave it to his daughter, saying only, "Keep it until winter. Give it back to the ground if the frost comes late." She did not ask why. She understood in her belly. Some stories had to be held and returned without interruption. No curiosity. Only respect. Scholars argued over the origins of the relic. Some said it predated Christian rule in the region. Others claimed it was a remnant of Viking trade. No one agreed. But that year, the frost came early. And when the bone was buried again, the river beside the farmer's home rose 1 foot without rain. These were the remnants, the echoes not gathered in museum or manuscript, but in shadow, breath, happenstance. Each one carried a weight not measured by kingship or prophecy, but by consequence. Someplace deep in the ridges of the old Frankish highlands, a man without shoes made instruments from wood and sinew. He played them not to be heard, but to listen. He never sold them. Only gifted. His songs bore no melody fit for court. Only the ache of wind remembered, and the percussion of 1,000 ships rowing. It was said he descended from Rollo, though the man never confirmed it. When children asked, he answered with a question: what does it mean to descend from anything if you cannot rise into yourself? And there, in one answer, lay the final teaching of the North. That what they sought across ocean and empire was not domination, but reflection. Their gods mirrored them, just as their suns shattered them. Their victories unraveled as often as they were realized, and yet, the movement, that fierce pull forward into what had never yet been seen, had not ceased. It lived quietly now. Not in war. In wandering. Across the sea again, news traveled slow but steady through native lines of trade and tongue. A healer had arrived in a snow-covered river village, white-haired, with hands hardened not from plough but sail. She asked for no coin. Only time. And when she left, she would leave behind bundles of dried herbs tied with hair from horses no one remembered pasturing. Some claimed she was descended from Jida. Others believed she was simply a stranger who remembered what others forgot. That grief, when lived gently, became communion. Meanwhile, in a forgotten corner near the edge of what was once Wessex, a minor priest went mad midway through a sermon and began shouting Norse names no one recognized. Not in protest. In lament. They removed him from the pulpit, tried to soothe him with scripture. He only wept and carved serpents into the arms of his chair until he passed. One of his attendants would later say, he spoke their names because no one else remembered to. In the place where Helga once removed her wedding cloak to wrap her dying daughter, a tree now stood, straight, tall, rarely bearing fruit. But in bloomless years, it always stood. On its bark were scratches forming symbols no longer taught. Nearby, anyone who touched the carved trunk felt warm, even in frost. A child once pressed their hand and said, "She's still singing. But it's smaller now." And then they fell asleep under its branches. Dreaming. Always dreaming. Because stories do not end when the voice ceases. They become the sleep that holds the memory. And it was in this sleep that the last press of breath from the Saga's mouth was granted. A dream passed from elder to child in shiftless lineage, of a slope leading to mist, of boats half buried in grass, of a man seated on a cliff carving his own bones and smiling because, finally, he had nothing more to lose. And in that dream, not a single raven flew overhead. Because there was no longer anything in the world left unspoken. And yet the breath still lingered, not where the story once roared, not along the paths of fire and ocean, but inside smaller spaces, those folds of the world where absence learns to fill itself. What followed the saga was not silence exactly, but a pale stillness, a held breath stretched long beyond the reach of battle, war cries, or gods. It lived in the cracks between memory and forgetfulness, a realm neither shaped by sword nor soot, but by the soft passage of years that gather slowly, the way moss gathers on stone unmoved. In this narrowing of narrative, the land itself became the last storyteller. The fjords of the north spoke less fiercely now. Their walls, once audiences to the thunder of oars and the screaming of names, instead cradled fog in their arms each morning, like a mother whose child had long since gone. The wind passed over the wide harbors not as a herald but as a reminder, brushing over driftwood hulls that hadn't touched water in seasons, groaning not from use but from remembering how to move. There was a valley, long forgotten by even the most meticulous of scribes, where a ring of stones encircled two wooden carvings. One had collapsed into split wood and rot, barely distinguishable. The other stood awkward, clearly not made by a craftsman, but a settler with heavy hands. It resembled a standing man, arms forward, offering nothing. Its face was absent. The children of nearby steads called him the one who waits. They would leave fruit at his feet after harvest, a practice inherited without explanation. No one taught the meaning, yet none failed the offering. In the westernmost farmlands, a woman of 30 winters carried a name her mother had chosen from a dream, Largath. Her hair was light, her shoulders set wide with quiet resolve. No one thought to connect the sound of her name to that of the warrior queen from long ago. But when the village well dried during high summer, she led the others to dig again, striking spring beneath the bedrock, and said, simply, it felt like the right place. In another land entirely, a distant monastery scribe stumbled upon a ruined book, parchment flaking, pages warped. Much of it was unreadable. But within it lay a poem written in 2 tongues, half Saxon, half Norse. The serpent sleeps upon a seer, no battle wakes him now, the memory calls his name no more, but still he dreams somehow. The scribe copied it without understanding, then burned the original to preserve it in memory. He recited it by candlelight until his throat gave out years later. Nothing in that line was remembered by force. No monument had preserved it. It endured by drift alone. Far across cold waters, in the ruins of a place once whispered of as Asgard, a man walked barefoot, checking rabbit snares. His gait was uneven. His eyes bore nothing of Saga, no great claim to kingship or prophecy. But when he found one of his snares empty, the cord eaten through and the bait gone, he bowed his head, not in frustration, but acknowledgement. Then, climbing to the ridge, he sat, pulling from around his neck a carved symbol, wooden, hand-shaped, smoothed by time. He prayed with his hands in the dirt. Nothing answered. But he stayed longer than expected. Until the sky turned dusk and the wolves began to sing. Not far from him, a traveler, a craftsman of boats from a southern coast, passed through the old colony site where Floki had once imagined golden beginnings. The traveler saw the skeleton of one of the first homes, framed in collapsed beams and root-spun soil. Sensing neither its danger nor its history, he rebuilt it in silence over a week. Not as a shrine, but a shelter. Hammered pegs. Sealed leaks in pitch. Smoked fish in a corner. When he left, he placed a carved tooth in the fire pit, wrapped in scrap fur, and patted the ground once before shouldering his bundle and walking east. He left unaware that under his feet, intertwined with the roots, were the buried remains of someone no one claimed. A man who had once tried to build a new world from the ruins of devotion. A man who laughed through pain and named sorrow as sacred. The land had carried his bones long. It would carry the house longer. In England, the abbey stood dressed in newer stone. Parts burned down and rebuilt. Others repurposed for schooling or lodging of the devout. But the uppermost stained glass window in one, long rumored to contain a heretical pattern, remained covered with cloth. Only once, when a fire damaged the nave, was the cloth removed, and what emerged was a pattern that no monk could translate. It was not Norse, nor Roman. It was a wheel. Not clock. Not sun. Just a turning ring of mouths. Below it, one single word scratched into the stone. Viferal. Far wanderer. It had no attribution. But those who saw it dreamed differently the nights after. Like snow whispering ash. Like voices humming ocean songs. Like a death that had not quite died fully, but chosen instead to become chorus. In Kattegat, the market spoke softer now. The clamour of barter and steel had given way to sheepbell and shale. Children still ran across the docks, but the longships were no longer working vessels. They rested in coastal mounds, half dug into grass. Tourists asked what they once carried. Locals said, the names of men no one can forget. And still the sea moved. High above, where coastal cliffs met wind and the wind met sky, there sat a figure wrapped in wool too thin for weather. She sang without melody. Her palms were marked in soot from a fire she fed alone. Those who knew her said she once fought beside Gunhild, or came from Bjorn's village across the ice. Others thought she was only a figment made by a story so old it forgot how to end. When asked her name, she said nothing. When pressed, she handed a small token, wooden, spun with copper thread. If held to the ear, it clicked softly. Some said it whispered, "We are still here." Elsewhere, far from that perch, in a town with red grain and iron weavers, a child drew a line through the earth with a stick. Then another. Then 10 more until he formed a spiral. When asked what he was drawing, he stopped. "It's the end of the story," he said. "And the beginning's buried inside it." And so the spiral spun. Not toward glory now, but back into the soil, where axes no longer split men but split roots, where sagas were not shouted but lived, where the old gods, having draped the world in storm and flame and vision, finally laid their breath down, curling it into stone, waiting not to be summoned, but remembered, and walked beside, quietly, without demand. In the places where frost meets thought and thought meets hunger, the stories softened, not vanished, but blurred. What once was passed down in iron and prayer now passed wordlessly in gesture, passed forward in the way hands learned to mend sails without being taught, or why some children stepped first always with their left foot. Those who tried to find the clearest telling of the saga, to grasp only the unbroken bones of it, found confusion. The story had shattered time and again, fractured in blood and dream and betrayal. Even those who lived it could not fully recall it. Even those who carried its sentence could not pronounce it whole. And this, perhaps, was always the point. The gods had never wanted clarity, only continuity. Now, in Kattegat, the horizon loomed softer than it had in ages past. The sea was still there. So were the ridges, the old tree lines, the sharp turn of cliff into bay. But it all looked different now, as if the land had finally accepted that there were no more kings to bless it, no more suns to break it. The great house where Lagertha once ruled stood half repurposed, half ignored. Its timbers had been scavenged slowly, over time, not stolen but parceled out, board by board, beam by beam, until it held together only because memory asked it to. And even that, some winters, felt like too much to ask. The people were different too. The bartering songs, the counting of fish, the thin steam plume of porridge on cold mornings, these continued. But the faces were rounder, paler, less cut by salt and sorrow. They still told names, of course. They still recalled Ragnar, Bjorn, Evil, and all the others. Some of the old ones, the sharp voices who lived 3 doors up from the harbor, still swore by their names. But the young had begun to distance them, delicately, like offerings placed on a shelf already full. Reverent still, but unfamiliar. The saga had grown too large to hold up close. There was one, though. A girl with eyes a shade between storm cloud and sea drizzle. Her hair dark and knotted, never bound save for funerals and early frost. She listened when the old spoke. And more importantly, she remembered. Not by writing, not by telling, but by watching. They said her great-great-grandmother was Torvi, or someone who swam beside her. The girl believed none of that. But her hands carved without instruction. Her steps held rhythm when none played. One evening, late in the season when the sky held back snow like a scolding mother, she wandered to the edge of the stone pier and found something tied with sinew beneath the plank. A pouch. Inside, a token. Not coin. Not relic. Just a whittled figure, no taller than a thumb. Crooked in limb. Hollowed in eyes. It did not resemble anyone. Or maybe it resembled too many. She slept with it in her pocket and woke having dreamt of a child who stood atop a cliff and opened his chest like a door, releasing birds whose wings made no sound. She didn't understand it. She didn't need to. The figure went into her satchel. She never left it behind. Far from that coast, in the stretch of old land where the Norse had once slammed themselves against Saxon stone, the churchyards were almost devoid of memory. But their branches still bent like hips in prayer, and the soil held shape from bodies pressed into it. The newer stones were modern, names struck in foreign tongue. But when the rains fell thick, the flooded ground unearthed older roots. Names made from blade curves and breath noises. Forgotten to all but weather. One such night, a caretaker in Tunbridge Wells slipped in the yard mud and sprained his ankle. When he pulled himself up, he felt something. Not bone. Not shell. It was a curved tooth, wide and smooth to a dull grey sheen. Runes etched along its root. He kept it. Wore it as a necklace beneath his vestments. Never knowing why. In another corner of the world, long bound by deer path and snowline, a woman sat beside a pond that never froze. She told her children of the fire years, the time when spirit walked beside flesh and all names carried fire in their syllables. Her tongue was not Norse. Not Saxon. Not anything in between. Yet the stories she told were eerily close in shape. A man who walked out of a snake pit. A widow who fought as 100. A boat that sailed with no hands. When asked where the stories came from, she answered, "They're what grows here when the hills are left alone." And nearby, buried beneath a red birch, slept a carved pillar. Unmarked but unmistakably shaped to match the bow of a something long sunken. What had been named evil once lived again in half-statues and myths twisted into parable. Some called him the god of wind, unseeable but present. Some said he was a ghost that lived in the wagons of the lost. Never cruel. Never fully kind. Just inevitable. And Floki, mad Floki, whose laughter once cracked the ribs of ships, was now reimagined as a foolish wanderer-turned-saint. A man who ran from his god so fast he outran the world and circled back by accident. Farmers in mountain villages left bits of wood nailed together in clumsy triangles outside their doors and said it was for the one who builds what breaks. They never said his name. In Wessex, a temple curtain bore the image of a man holding a book in one hand, sword in the other, standing between a boar and a cross. No inscription. But an old monk claimed the figure came to him in a dream and told him not to look for heaven in the sky, because the sky has always lied. That curtain was never removed again. And when the monk died, he was buried with one stone on either shoulder. No inscription. Just wait. Between ruin and whisper, the Saga's skeleton surfaced and submerged, visible only to eyes that had never seen war, yet instinctively knew grief. There were lovers in a northern village who could not bear children, yet swore they saw their child coming to them in the eyes of deer, standing at the ice line before melt. The woman once placed a lock of her hair in the hollow of a burned tree and whispered the name Aslog, though she had never heard it before. The man sang songs with no source, melodies drifting from a place too old for waking. Not all remembered. But many repeated. That was enough. Because if repetition holds rhythm, and rhythm holds shape, then shape, someday, becomes story. And story, no matter how long it waits beneath snow, always finds another throat. One cold spring night, high atop a darkened bluff fit for nothing but wind and regret, a man knelt beside a carved stone, so eroded it could have been anything. His breath caught. His lips moved. His hands trembled. Not with fear, but with familiarity. He leaned against the stone and whispered a name he hadn't thought about since he was a child. Perhaps the name of a brother. Perhaps a god. Perhaps one and the same. Then he smiled. And beneath his boots, the earth sighed. Not loudly. Just enough. There is a kind of silence so complete that it feels older than the world. A hush made not of absence, but of history settling beneath its own weight. It does not fall suddenly, like grief or snow. It gathers, incrementally, with pauses between moments, the way sleep finds the tired or shadow lingers after fire. And across the land, still remembering the saga in the stretch of their bones, this silence came to rest at last. The saga was no longer spoken of in full. Not from disrespect, but because length is not the same as meaning. Even gods learn to condense. And what had once wound across 6 lifetimes and countless oceans now lived as fragments, a glance toward a drawing, a handful of runes scrawled on stone, the shape of a sail stitched into a child's coat. Ragnar, Lagertha, Bjorn, Ivar, Ub, Floki, and all their tangled kin, they had faded into the root system of the world, too deep to see, yet necessary to hold the surface together. On the eastern slope of what used to be called Hedebai, a woman raised goats. She had no memory of war, no desire for old ways. But sometimes when gathering water, she would find her hands moving in patterns she couldn't explain, braiding rope just so, stacking stones into spirals. Her neighbors called it a quirk. Her daughter called it gift. Neither were wrong. She had never fought, never fled, but her dreams were full of sea salt and thunder, of a man with one blind eye, not watching, waiting. Far north, where the winds carried less warmth and more voice, stories endured in their final state, as rumor. They flickered like half-snuffed flames, passed between step and stare, told not in campfire booms but mutters beneath breath. In one village, 7 nights from the nearest known trail, a stone carved with symbols older than any written tongue stood guard over a quiet meadow. Not a grave, not an altar. Just a watcher. No one tended it. Yet in the snow around it, footprints appeared each spring. Always a single pair. Always facing the east. In one coastal port more known for cod than for stories, an old man stored dozens of journals under his floorboards, none of them published or shared. When he died, his writings revealed no name, no confession, just scene after scene, drifted in time, holding impressions of things no one had seen in generations. A mother choosing battle over family. A man laughing at his own execution. A friend whispering to a corpse because the dead listened better than the living. His drawings were crude, but his details impossibly specific. Scholars tried to place his references. Some matched. Others aligned too well to be random. Still others seemed to come from accounts never recorded. The villagers burned his journals. Not in rejection, but in respect. Because not all things are meant to be kept. Some must return to smoke. There are valleys now where longships sleep under layers of moss and ice, their ribs curled in on themselves like aged dogs by a dead hearth. No pilgrims come anymore. No sons stand atop their boughs to name their lineage. But the land watches. And in spring, when meltwater rolls down through crevices and washes silt into the bay, the outline of one such ship re-emerges, just for a breath. Children stumble across it when chasing fox or goose. They ask what it is. And always, someone says, "A bed for the sea." And that answer holds. Because for many, the sea remains the last god. Deep and unknowable. Ever hungry, ever generous. Listening more than it gives, and swallowing more than it tells. A few places still hold account books from the old world. Chronicles. Partial maps. Taxation ledgers with names no one should recall but somehow do. Kjetil. Halfdan. Siggy. Magnus. Priest Hemund. Queen Judith. Emperor Charles. Harold. Egil. Freydis. Names that float at the edge of the present, resurfacing in odd spells of intuition. When naming their children, some mothers mark these sounds as familiar. Others write them in dust or sand and let them be forgotten again. Time does not hoard names it cannot use. But it lets patterns repeat. A boy born limp who rules with whispers. A girl who sees love in warfare and death in gentleness. Two brothers, always at odds, both wrong, both right, both trying. These are not copies or curses, just echoes. The world does not need sagas to become again what it already is. In one monastery, far older than its stones admit, a slit in a wooden beam lets light fall across the floor at a precise angle each solstice. For 12 heartbeats, the light passes over the carving of a serpent locked in battle with a dragon. Neither wins. Neither retreats. No one speaks about why it was carved. But on the last day of every winter, the priests mutter their prayers a beat too slowly. Careful. Measured. As if listened to. There are places to which the saga never spread. Islands untouched by Viking hands. Mountain ranges scaled only by birds. Deep jungles where the ancestors wore different stories entirely. And yet, in these lands, stories of skywalkers, whisper gods, and strange-limbed warriors also exist. Not the same. Not copied. But maybe aligned. Like different rivers rising from the same buried spring. Because perhaps the Vikings did not change the world. Perhaps they simply awakened what was already waiting. Unspoken patterns. Inheritance in hunger form. Not blood, but behavior. A people not content to kneel. Who watched their gods fall and walked forward anyway. And now? Now there are no more gods walking. No vision-drenched priest tethered to two worlds. No queens clutching blades like prayer cloth. Only wind. Only water. And that old hum still heard in the backs of old structures, beneath the stone, after midnight, in that space between breath and memory when the world is both itself and not. The horns are gone. So are the sails. The sons no longer summon fire. And the fathers are soil now. But the story? It stands. Not in voice. But in the place voice has always come from. The silence before naming. The stillness before war cries. The tremor in the hand before the blade is pulled or laid down. And where that silence lives, so too does the saga. Unbound. And unwritten. Because now, for the first time, no one is left to speak it wrongly. Only those still listening to it write. In lands grown over with time, where ice had once clawed at coastlines and fire had licked at prayer houses, the sky began to drift lower, not darkening, but thickening. Children no longer played beneath it in iron helms or feathered cloaks. The wind carried nothing the tongue could name. Still, the horizon did not retreat. It held steady like a judge who no longer needed to pass judgment. Beneath that unmoving veil, where histories had long since rippled into folklore and folklore dampened into custom, something softer than forgetting prevailed. It was less silence and more surrender, the giving over of a great tale to its final resting shape. The last pieces of the world to remember the saga no longer did so actively. There were no shrines, no tablets maintained, no rites held in proper order. What remained, instead, were gestures, raw in form, passed between lives without pretense or permission. A girl tracing spirals in dust as her mother died beside her. A village elder pressing 2 fingers to bark before felling a tree. A group of sons burning their father's boots while burying his body barefoot, saying they hoped the gods would find him sooner that way. These things held not the weight of myth but the air of a vanished belief. Something that once mattered too deeply to articulate, and then too completely to need remembering. In a wind-struck plain that saw no visitors, a man once unearthed the corner of a rusted blade. It had no gleam, no edge. The hilt was gone, but its spine still bore the curve of purpose. He stared at it, sensing nothing sacred and no wondrous tremor of revelation. He simply stood with it, knelt beside it, and marked one breath aloud for its owner. Then he laid it back down. The earth took it once more. There were no runes etched across it, no symbols of Thor or Odin, no mark of Ragnar's lineage. There was just the blade, obedient to time, surrendered to weather, waiting to be nothing. Elsewhere, at the point where streams carved through the crests of forgotten fjords, an old woman fished barehanded despite the bitter chill. Skin blue to the bone, she neither spoke nor sang, but hummed a line that bore no melody. Those who heard it would swear it was the same pitch repeated by hammers on wood, so many generations passed that even forgotten fathers couldn't speak it clearly. She did not call the song hers. She shared it only with the lake. When she died, her body was burned without fanfare beneath starlight, wrapped in cloth too plain to echo heritage. Only the humming remained, and the water seemed to ripple without wind each time it was recalled. A historian from a southern university once compiled oral remnants from wandering tribes near the Old Norse boundaries. He catalogued terms with half-understood roots, recorded rhythmically spoken tales of trees that watched and men who turned to serpents as they lost faith in speech. Each tale shared images, a crooked spine that ended with broken ankles, a stone shaped like a screaming face, a boy who fumed smoke. But none bore names. When asked who told them first, the elders laughed gently, as if the question missed everything important. In the deeper folds of once occupied English countryside, a monastery still held in its vaults a single broken page. The monks had placed it with their apocryphal texts, not knowing what to make of it. Upon the page was sketched an image hard to decipher, part man, part bird, with 7 hands extended in different directions. Scrawled beneath it in 3 languages, Old Norse, Old English, and one too fragmented to recognize, were variations of a single sentiment: we are never where people look for us. The page was kept not for its clarity, but for the way the abbey's air shifted whenever it was opened. Slightly. Just enough to notice. In the western fjords, small children once told stories of an old king who lived inside the cold, who had made a deal with the ocean to live forever but forgot to ask to be remembered. He wandered now, they said, inside whirlpools and melting ice, speaking to no one, not even the gods, because they'd all forgotten his voice. They would laugh when telling it, pinch each other's sides playfully, and say, "Don't fall into the sea, or you'll become him." The story had no source, but none of them disbelieved it. Nor did they honor it. It simply lived. The legacy of Ragnar and his blood was no longer written in grand things. It was in hesitation before battle, in the way water was poured in sacrifice to no known idol, in the uncanny stillness that sometimes passed between thunder and rain. It was the sound a father made when naming a daughter after nobody in particular but feeling, deep in his gut, that the name had marrow. That it held something bigger than it appeared to. The longships were gone. The gods had submerged themselves among shadows. The names had lost their edges. But the shape of the world still bent toward the story because it had once carried the fire, and fire never truly ends. It just burns inward. Into brick. Into root. Into voice. In an unnamed hut overlooking a shoreline known to neither compass nor calendar, a boy carved a line into fresh wood without knowing why. His hand moved sunward, uneven. His breath fell into rhythm with the waves. When finished, the wood bore only one symbol. Not an initial. Not a rune. Just a receding shore, curved like an ear, like a question. He held the wood against his chest and slept long through the wind, dreaming of none of the things his family had promised him he would. Elsewhere, in a village swallowed by vines, one stone still bore the outline of a seated woman. Her face was missing. Her hands were placed over her chest as if holding peace inside the ribs. And in the quiet that settled there, even as leaves fell in spirals and crows circled without hunger, one could stand and feel that somewhere in the great rot of time, a story had ended well. Not by victory. Not by clarity. But by ending. And endings are rare enough to be holy. For centuries to come, there would be those who searched for graves and rusted crowns, who dug through riverbeds and tried to name every shadow left behind by the sons of the north. But the last proof of the saga's breath was not written in stone, nor tucked inside books. It was in the space made by forgetting, a silence so complete, so full in its stillness, that it allowed the world to move again without weight. There was no longer a need for war. No longer a hunger for gods. Only earth. Only sky. Only the cold shape of an after-story cradled in wind, between one generation and the next, humming a tune that no longer needed to be sung aloud. The last shapes of the saga had long since softened. Names began to warp in the mouths of those who still said them, misremembered vowel against consonant, slowing over time into something more weathered than precise. There were no celebrations, no declarations, no church's mourning. What remained instead was wear in the stone. Not from worship, but from walking. Steps upon steps, generations pressing the same paths down into grooved lines, not because they knew why, but because they always had. It wasn't legacy being preserved anymore, it was rhythm being honored. There was a region where fog held for weeks at a time, settled into the valleys like it had followed something too far and couldn't remember how to go back. Within it stood a low mountain wrapped in half-rotted trees. On that mountain, a circle of stones just wide enough for one man to stand in the center leaned in upon themselves like old warriors bowed with rest. Bits of charcoal still lingered at the center near a hollowed-out cup buried partway in the dirt. Nobody used it anymore. No ceremonies were held. But each year, small bundles of ash-dried herbs would appear on the center stone. Someone still remembered. Someone still passed by. Not far from there, a boy tending sheep by the river used to hum songs he didn't know the words to. They bore strange cadences, rising and tumbling with a pattern that never seemed to repeat. His grandfather said once, while watching the boy from the shade of a moss-covered boulder, that the tune sounded like a prayer for boats. But the boy had never seen a boat. His only reply was, "I didn't make it up." He never asked where it came from. He didn't think he needed to. Across the sea, far from where Kattegat had once breathed under axe and crown, a woman raised chickens in the shelter of an old stone structure where vines hung thick and roots had cracked the foundation. She lived alone but was visited often. She spoke little. But when she did, her voice carried weight that wasn't force but sediment, as if she were speaking with the gravity of things long buried. Pilgrims of no religion came to see her. Not many, but enough. They asked her for blessings she never gave, and stories she couldn't recite. What she offered instead was tea and stillness. People often wept while drinking. She never asked them why. In time, the saga no longer moved in the world's current memory. It was no longer told in sequence. The order of events blurred. Lagertha was sometimes the mother of Eivor. Bjorn was sometimes Eivor's twin. Floki became a name for weather, used when lightning struck without warning, when rivers jumped banks despite clear skies. Floki day, they'd say. And it was understood. Not as fact, but as truth lived silently. One day in the ruins of what was thought to have once been a war camp, maybe Saxon, maybe Northman, maybe something older, an excavation turned up remnants of armor melded with bone. Not polished, not displayed. Just layers of corroded iron twisted back into the shape of the land itself. Beneath the layers was a pendant, still intact though dulled by time. A wolf with antlers. No identifying marks. No runes. Just that symbol. Scholars couldn't find reference to it in any Orthodox mythology. But children who saw it in museums later said the figure felt gentle, and one child was overheard whispering to it through the glass, "I remember you under the tree." In the far west, among settlers unaware that their homes had settled atop graves heavy with Northman ash, a man saw visions during illness. Between fevers he scribbled sketches. A half-formed longship, a woman arched over a pyre, a circle of 7 figures seated beneath a tree's canopy. No faces, no speech. His wife burned the pages afterward. She'd claimed they felt too loud despite having made no sound. By now, the carvings in old stones no longer told stories. They had faded to suggestion. Wanderers mistook them for natural formations. One appeared to be a hand opened halfway, another a figure seated cross-legged with stars pressed into his chest. Over time, moss moved in strange patterns across them, revealing and hiding parts year by year as if the stones breathed. No one wrote them down. But some drew them again when they dreamt. Sketched faint outlines into journals beside drawings of birds and mountains and names they did not understand but wrote anyway because they felt real. A winter of wild cold passed through the northern edges of the world. The tides froze mid-cycle and the sun bowed low for days longer than it should have. Those who watched the sky said they saw a line of stars shift, not move, but lean. The same night, dogs howled for hours beneath the trees. No one ventured out. At daybreak, a ring of melted snow formed along the southern coast, precisely matching the curve of Ragnar's first landfall according to older, less trusted maps. That same morning, a traveler nowhere in particular drew breath beside a crushed ruin of stone and brush. He dressed in traded cloth and carried a silver pendant pressed into the shape of Yggdrasil's roots, not its branches. When asked why it was upside down, he had no answer. He wandered from coast to coast asking one question of everyone: what do you remember before you knew your name? Few offered answers, but the few who did always wept. In scattered corners of the earth, unconnected and unclaimed, children still dreamed of boats with dragon heads that did not move upon water, but through clouds. They did not grow to believe in them. But neither did they forget. The saga had bleached itself from tapestry and temple, from scribe and song. There were no more invocations. No more war cries. No more feasts to honor shades of blood. But now and then, someone entering a forest still, instinctively, placed a stone on a stump without thinking why. Now and then, someone would cover their child's ears during thunder, not out of fear, but out of faint memory, an echo somewhere saying, "We do not wake the old ones." Kattegat, once again reduced to coastline and trade port, bore no shrines. But its shape remained familiar, a mouth facing the sea, homes nestled in an arc, the harbour curved like the curl of a closing fist. Above it all, a hill with no tree, just wind, where nothing was built. Locals said no structure stood there long. Wood would rot faster. Metal would corrode in days. A lookout once stationed there claimed he saw a boat once, fast and dark and gone too quick for sails. He said it skimmed the water like thought itself. When asked for detail, he said only, "You wouldn't believe me if I told you which of them stood on board." The air over certain places was said to move differently. The last pulse of the saga had no sound, no narrator, no page. It had become inertia. Something alive in the turn of certain waves, in fog's refusal to leave morning's fist, in frost patterns that resembled runes no one remembered how to read but somehow understood all the same. What we inherit we do not always recognize. But we respond. Without knowing why, without pressing our palms to stone and asking questions of the dead, we step inside their echoes anyway. We walk in borrowed cadence. We shape things we can't pronounce. We light fires the same way they did, and when we sit by them, sometimes we are quiet not from stillness, but because we know something is listening. That was all that remained of the saga. But it was enough. Beneath the cold hush of distant fjords, under the worn grey of sky dulled by centuries of answered prayers and unanswered blood, the final turn of the saga settled. It did not strike with fury, nor arrive in grief. It spilled, softly, deliberately, like a cup tipped over in a dream. The stories were no longer told to prove something. No longer shouted from halls thick with mead and battle-sown memory. They existed now out of shape, out of order, not erased, simply unstitched from the world that had once needed them whole. In a remote village where the waning seasons no longer brought raiders or kings, an old woman led her blind friend along a path worn smooth by waxed boots 3 generations past. As they reached the edge of a marsh where reeds swayed with a rhythm she could feel in her joints, the blind man stopped. He said he heard a chant, not spoken, not made of mortal voice, but carried in air, woven between the reeds. The woman, who knew better than to disbelieve an old hunger in the air, stood quietly and waited alongside him until the wind passed. When it did, they walked home without a word. No one in the village heard anything that day. But the two of them dreamed that night of a one-eyed figure who gathered feathers like currency and disappeared when they asked his name. Neither spoke of it again. Dreams, like stories, belonged to silence once they ended. Further north, where snow crept longer into spring than memory could justify, a boy stood barefoot at the shoreline beside a long-abandoned stone cairn. He stared at the waves, but not for ships. He did not know the name of Ragnar. The word Lagertha meant nothing to his ears. And yet, as he scooped salt water into his cupped hands and poured it behind his shoulders, his father watched from the rise above and said nothing. That gesture had not been taught. That path down the slope had not been spoken into him. It simply arrived. Through storms. Through skin. Through something remembered that had long stopped being named aloud. In half-ruined places once named Longhouse or Stronghold, there were scratches against inner beam pillars that had not warped or faded. They told nothing clearly. Repeated shapes colliding over each other, the eye, the circle, the tethered wolf, the three roots spiraling. When the sun struck the wood just right in early morning, these carvings glistened. Not from varnish or sap. As though the light had been waiting. A new kind of storyteller wandered the coastlines now. They wore no sigils. Claimed no descent. They were not actors or poets. They carried no drums or horns. But their presence carried weight. They would stand along the paths beside glacier-fed rivers and gaze into the slow movement of water. When strangers passed, they would not speak unless drawn into conversation. And even then, their replies were spare, precise, absent of conviction. Yet when these strangers camped and moved on, inevitably they would find themselves murmuring strange names into their fires. Names not their own. Names ancient and salted. Names they could not trace to any tongue, yet stuck to their thoughts like burrs in wool. At the far end of a ruined monastery turned soup hall, a boy came upon a staircase sealed with ancient planks. The monks called it the last stairwell, and forbade anyone from entering because it led only to collapsed stone. The boy returned alone. Broke the seal. Climbed. At the top, in the half-rotted dome, he found mural ruins of figures bowed low before a man carved in hues of crimson and sea. One knee bent. One hand raised. His face blurred by time or heat. But below him an inscription scratched into the same stone as the altar. To suffer is to believe. But to remember is divine. When the monks discovered the open stair, they resealed it without question. The boy said nothing. But each evening he began setting stones along the courtyard wall in spirals. No one understood the shapes. No one asked. Elsewhere, in a mountain village unclaimed by any flag, a woman labored through 3 days of childbirth. The night her child was born, the sky opened in snow. Neighbors gathered. But what they noticed most was not the baby's cry, it was the way the trees leaned as if listening. The wind stilled. The fire inside her brazier flared once, then bowed to silence. She named her son nothing. She said if the gods wanted him labeled, they would visit again as they had before. He would be called when he was ready to be called. In that same year, a cracked shield, once buried beneath a flooded trail outside of what had been Wessex, floated free and landed in a resting pool carved by accident, or time. Its iron had rusted through to bone. But the chalk shape of a fox remained in its center. Children playing along the banks touched it, recognized nothing, but lingered. That evening, one of them drew the fox in the dust beside his bed. His father, a soldier in another lifetime, paused. That shape had not been spoken in 2 generations. Something in his chest stirred. But he turned away. The weight was gentle now. Too gentle to name. From deep woods where old ruins lived under ivy, a lone man shaped from whispers came each summer to walk the perimeter of ancient stones. His gait was crooked but steady. In his arms, he carried no burden, but a pouch tied with marrow string. Beneath the roots of the central stump in the circle, he buried the pouch. Contained within it, a feather, a coin smoothed to blankness, a carved tooth, a sliver of red bark, and a braided cord tight as memory. He covered it, whispered, and left the glade. He returned every full moon after, never to the same clearing, always to another that echoed the shape in small ways. His face was not remembered, but children called him the Quiet, and elders let them. The gods, once etched in color and second breath, now stirred only when someone waited long enough. They did not ask. They did not arrive with horns or pain. They arrived in fire that refused to die, in carvings completed in dreams, in dead languages stuttering their last through song. They did not speak, but they were never silent. And in Kattegat, once mother of tides and hall of screams, the waves now kissed the shore with no regard. No songs rose from within. No lord sat in chairs of carved honor. Yet in an eddy near the dock, a curl of current returned every spring to the same circle of stone, spinning thrice before it pulled east. Those who saw it nodded. Those who didn't still felt it when they slept. Movement. Promise. Shape. Somewhere very far from the origins of all flame and frost, a child painted a tree with 7 limbs. At the top of each limb stood a word. None real. None written before. But every mother who saw it said it felt like something their grandmothers might have wept over without knowing why. No banner flew. No keel split the water. No son fought for the favor of a long-dead father. But the saga still held. And the world, worn, patient, unhurried, listened. Cold lies the water now. It does not shout. It does not churn. What once raced foam over prow and hunger has dimmed into still mirrors, grey as maiden hair, blue as a forgotten wish. Across the surface, the wind speaks low, but it is not calling for war. It is not answering the names of men. It carries no echo of oars, nor rhythm of drums. It hums of nothing in particular. And that is everything. Beneath the cliffs where voices climbed once in prophecy and in pain, no sound returns. Moss takes the stone slowly. Grass pushes between bones buried in kenless slumber. The tree that grew near the place where she fell, first warrior, last mother, no longer blooms with color. But the roots dig deeper each year. Roots, they say, remember beyond voice. The torch is out now. The mead is dry. The sword rests where it fell. No hand lifts it. The gods, distant and uncertain even when close, do not watch. They do not need to. Their shadows have already fused into the soil, the iron, the bloodlines now too far stretched to trace. Their silence is not absence. It is permission. Somewhere inland, high where even the ravens fly no longer, a man sits quiet beside a pile of ash. The fire that warmed him has died, yet he does not stir. He is thinking, perhaps, or simply listening. To what, even he may not know. The saga has ended. There is no crown on the earth to take its place, no new hall echoing with the shouts of grandchildren, no final song to send the bones to sea. Only the empty ground beneath the last tale told. Only the keel buried deeper than memory allows. Only quiet. And a sky that yawns. Not in sorrow, but in rest.